Welcome back, City Builders. Kodiak the Kodiak here. In today's video, we're going to...
So it's making money moves.
Yep.
Crypto fans, have I got a champion for you? Quit shilling NFTs, come play AD Twisted Fate.
It reminds me of the Klepto touch. Do you remember Noggery?
Yes, and we used to have to talk about, there was like a Gangplank and an Ezreal with Klepto on the same team. You're like, guys, it says they're 3K ahead, but they're not 3K ahead. It's fake gold. Fake gold. They have not killed anyone. They have not done anything to earn this. Their dad has a hedge fund. I don't know what you want from them.
Now the Dragon is spawning in 40 seconds. G2 are trying to get the control over mid and bot. They're using that to set up vision control around the enemy jungle and BDM.
speaking of public humiliation that I'm enjoying, Nikki Haley in Nevada managed to lose to none of the above. She's now given an interview explaining her cope of what exactly happened here and trying to justify her continued existence in this race. Let's take a listen.
Does that situation in Nevada hurt a little bit?
No, I mean, Nevada, it's such a scam. They were supposed to have a primary. Trump rigged it so that the GOP chairman, who's been indicted, would go and create a caucus. We knew months ago that we weren't going to spend a day or a dollar in Nevada because it wasn't worth it. And so we didn't even count Nevada. That wasn't anything we were looking at. We knew that was rigged from the start. Our focus is on South Carolina, Michigan, Super Tuesday. So if you look what we did in Iowa and you look what we did in New Hampshire, we're continuing to grow. That's what matters, I think, more than anything else. But look at what happened this week. Here you have Republicans lost a major vote on the border. Republicans lost a major vote on Israel. Donald Trump was found that he will not have immunity in all of these court cases coming up. The RNC chair is fired. All of this chaos is happening around us, and Donald Trump's fingerprints are on every bit of it. We can't continue as the Republican Party to go forward with this chaos. You don't defeat Democrat chaos with Republican chaos, and that's why we've got to see a change.
So it was rigged. Is that what she's saying? I'm pretty sure she's saying it was rigged.
I love the part, though, my favorite part of that is when she's like, we weren't even counting Nevada. Like, you get to pick and choose.
Yeah.
Well, and not only that, but like, you're not the one that gets to decide which states count and which states don't. So the fact that you weren't counting Nevada doesn't really count for much. I mean, listen, she is right. If there was like a weird thing that happened with Nevada that I don't totally understand that led to there being a primary and a caucus, and that's why Trump's name wasn't on the ballot here, whatever. But if you are basically the only current candidate who is on the ballot and you're getting destroyed by none of the above, it's like, it shows you where the Republican Party is.
Yes.
And so it is hard for me to understand her justification for staying in the race at this point. Let's go ahead and listen to Steve Kornacki on the night of this Nevada situation, explaining what exactly was going down, because this is kind of funny. Take a listen.
Haley, without Trump's name even on the ballot, still loses to the none option by better than 2-1. So that is a tough reality for her. Trump isn't even on the ballot, and she loses, and it's a closed primary. So it really reinforces what we've been seeing, that when you're just talking about Republican voters, she's really getting clobbered with Republican voters. It's independents and Democrats that keep her in it.
I love the way he's like, he's really in trouble.
Really
it's like,
clobbered.
yeah, we know, Steve. We agree.
So, you know, after, I don't remember if it was before New Hampshire, I think it was before New Hampshire, I was saying, you know, there's a chance that even though this ends up just being a long humiliation for her, that she stays in on the possibility with like the donor class backing her, under the possibility that some black swan event occurs and takes Trump out of the race, even though if that did happen, I'm not even sure how that would go down, if that would leave her as the heir apparent or what would happen in that scenario. I guess it depends on the timing of when said black swan event were to occur. And I think at this point, that's the only real justification for her candidacy is like, you know, maybe something crazy happens, because if you are losing to none of the above and Republicans in every contest are clearly with the other guy, in spite of the fact that, you know, polls do show she would destroy Joe Biden. You know, I don't think there's any doubt if you're just looking at electability, you are taking a risk with Trump that you're not taking with Nikki Haley. But people are convinced Trump can win. I think there's a good chance Trump can win. And they haven't been given a reason to move off the guy that they still really love.
Yeah, exactly. And look, I mean, when you've got, the other thing is that, sure, but general elections don't happen in a vacuum. You have to win a primary, at least in the current system. I don't necessarily love it, but it is what it is. Let's put this up there on the screen. I mean, just look at this. In terms of the overall vote total, 63.2%, 2/3 of the people who took time out of their day came to check none of them. 30.5% for Nikki Haley. Okay, 43,893 American citizens took time out of their day to march their ass to the polling poll just to check none of the above, specifically to say screw you to Nikki Haley. And they outnumbered them 2-1 to the people who actually thought that they were going to go vote for her. I mean, how the hell are you supposed to compete with this? It's just literally impossible. It also, you know, bringing back to what we were talking about in our A block, Crystal, about the demise of the Republican establishment, for her to be defending the RNC and the collapse of that as some sort of sign of chaos. Look, let's put this up there on the screen. Somebody sent me this yesterday, and I've gone through and verified this through Red State, which was the original publisher. Look at RNC versus DNC spending. Top line, the RNC spent 128 million versus the DNC spent 156 million. But when you break down what they were spending money on, it is shocking. The RNC spent $70,000 on floral arrangements. The DNC spent $795. The RNC spent $263,000 on a limousine service. The DNC spent $7 grand. It's like, what, lady? You never heard of Uber? Uber Black's not good enough for you? What is going on over here? I mean, the fact is that you can see so clearly that they were squandering their budget to a historic degree. Even in that management consulting line, look at that. $1 million on management consulting.
That's by far the most shameful
I
line on
totally
here.
agree.
Far worse
Well, I
than
don't
the
know.
flowers or the limousines or whatever. Management consulting
Floral's pretty bad.
is shameful.
Yeah, $1 million on management consulting. The DNC spent 114 grand. Office supplies, they're spending 300 grand on office supplies. The DNC is spending 40. What are they buying? Are they buying Vision Pros? You know, like, what's happening here? Are you buying the G2 pens and not the Target
High-level
pens?
office supplies.
Yeah, it's like, what are you people doing?
The other thing you note there is the things that Democrats outspent them on were like voter outreach, like GOTV texting. But I mean, yes to all of that, but I also think it's such cope to think that the problems of the Republican Party are like the line items of spending at the RNC. I know you agree with me, but I just want to like put that out there because I'm just remembering Vivek at that debate that was like, oh, the reason we're losing is because of Rana and the RNC. And I think that's preposterous. Like, obviously the overall political dynamics are backlash against Trump, backlash against extremism, and backlash against the Dobbs decision overturning Roe versus Wade. I mean, those are the big pieces. So in that way, Nikki Haley is right that, like, you know, in terms of Republican electoral prospects, they would be much better off if they move past Donald Trump. I don't think there's any doubt about that. I mean, the reason that they underperformed in the midterm elections, the reason that they're losing like every special election that comes up, the reason that they've definitely lost every single ballot initiative that has anything to do with abortion rights, those things are not about the RNC. They do stem sort of directly from Donald Trump or the Supreme Court justices that he put on the bench. So that is the big picture. But yeah, I mean, this is an embarrassing profligate spending on all of the wrong things at the RNC as well, on top of everything.
Right. I mean, more what I'm saying is that these people are morally bankrupt and just not deserving of any sort of reverence, like within the Republican Party, which is part of why, like, it's one of those where you're right. Look, is it the RNC's fault they're losing? No. But at the same time, you can't be blowing people's money on floral arrangements and on limousine services. It's shocking. And I'll put a modest defense in here. RNC and DNC, yeah, they don't matter at a macro level. But, you know, at a micro level, they can matter. They can, you know, what, 5,000, 10,000 votes, people who are canvassing, having the right software, and all that stuff. Again, it is not determinative. Like, it is not the major thing that matters. But people do give money, and they allegedly are supposed to exist for a certain reason. And you shouldn't be spending that on floor arrangements and on
the thing they
limos.
primarily exist for at this point is just to, like, control the process and make sure that, you know, the powers that be get their way, that, you know, Joe Biden doesn't have to debate and he gets the lineup of states that he wants, and that the process is completely controlled. And on the RNC side, the same thing. I mean, they actually had much more of a democratic process than the Democrats did, but there's also no doubt that there was a lot of fealty from Ronna McDaniel to Donald Trump. You know, he gave her his blessing. She was allowed to stay in there so long as he felt that she served his purpose, and apparently that reign is coming to an end. Put this up on the screen. Ronna looks like she is leaving after some criticism from Trump. She plans to step down. Donald Trump likely to back a supporter of his false claims of election fraud, Michael Whatley, the head of the North Carolina GOP. There's a quote in here from someone, you know, some insider who said, Mr. Trump likes Mr. Whatley for one overwhelming reason, according to people who have discussed him with the former president. Quote, he is a stop the steal guy, as one of the people described him. You also have some, it is, you know, not a guarantee that this dude will get it, even though this is Donald Trump's pick, but I think it's very, very likely. But there could be internal dissent, and it's not like Trump can just tap him on the head and appoint him. There does have to be some internal process, so we'll see how that plays out. I also thought this was amusing. Charlie Kirk, the founder of Turning Point USA, has lobbied publicly to remove Ms. Daniels, suggesting last week in an interview that some Trump family members, including Lara Trump, former president's daughter-in-law, could be potential picks for party leadership posts as well. So
You
they're
know-
looking at staffing up the party with direct Trump relatives.
To
at
be
this point.
honest, it would be logically consistent. If the whole party's going to be about Trump, then
Yeah.
you might as well just put a Trump person.
True.
Right? I mean,
If
like,
it's going to be a cult
what
of
are we gonna
personality,
do?
like
Yeah.
just get the loyalists
Let's
in
just
there and make it
acknowledge
clear
what
as
it
day.
is. Right. Let's just put the last name Trump and put, his.
Make Don Jr. the VP pick.
It is what it is. It's what I don't support it, but I'm just like that. Clearly, that's what Republican
That's
voters want.
reality.
I was once in the Trump hotel when Don Jr. walked in, and it was literally like being in 100 years ago when a Habsburg prince must have walked into like a Vienna
Oh my
hotel.
God.
It was crazy. I mean, I watched people, grown men in Carhartt jackets, lose their minds over the son of the president, and I was like, you think Chelsea Clinton's getting greeted like this anywhere? She probably could walk into the Ritz-Carlton or whatever in New York, and people are like, they'll give it an acknowledgement, but they're not.
Well, she had her
There's no
time
cult of personality.
Back in the heyday of
Yeah.
like the Clinton Global Initiative and
That's a good
stuff,
point.
when she would walk into that room, I'm sure she was treated with, fawning admiration.
What about-
back when she was being hired by NBC
Sure.
News? Remember that?
What about
That's
Sasha
terrible.
Obama, right? Like, I once walked past Sasha Obama on the street in Georgetown. You would never have known it if it wasn't for the fact that her Secret Service guy was right
With-
behind her. It's just different, in terms of the way that the parties are. Anyway,
Sick country we live in.
it's a crazy country.
Hey guys, if you like that video, go to breakingpoints.com, become a premium subscriber, and help us build the best independent media organization on the planet.
That's right. We're subscriber funded. We're building something new. We want to replace these failing mainstream media organizations.
So again, to subscribe, it's breakingpoints.com.
Hi, I'm Matt Stoller, author of Monopoly-focused Substack newsletter Big and an antitrust policy analyst. I have a great segment for you on this big breakdown. So today I have some good news that you probably haven't heard of. The news is about a bunch of court victories by antitrust enforcers and regulators, and what these victories mean politically and to your life. So one of the big changes that has happened over the last 5 years in the policy realm is the revolution in anti-monopoly law and enforcement. Many of you actually participated in this change when the federal government opened up a listening forum on how they enforce antitrust laws as these laws relate to corporate mergers. And you responded last year when the government opened up this listening docket. So Breaking Point subscribers submitted thousands of comments. Now, as it turns out, the government actually listened and came out with new merger guidelines late last year. And the change in enforcement from these guidelines and from different enforcement priorities is having real impacts. The business of Wall Street is constructing monopolies. And because of Biden policy, it's actually not going very well. Take bonuses, which is how Wall Street grades itself. Bonuses, especially for merger advisory services, are down. And they have been down for a few years now. The Wall Street Journal editorial page has written 82 pieces attacking Biden's Federal Trade Commission chair, Lina Khan. And CNBC's Jim Cramer regularly attacks her as well. So let's watch what he said last year.
They're bringing back an antitrust era that is like TR, where they basically think that big business is anomalous in this country. It's not the way we do things. And these companies have co-opted the system. And look, when you're sitting there listening to Alexa and she's in charge of everything involving your life, you could argue that she's too powerful, she being a metaphor for Amazon. And that, Lina Khan, if you're a hardcore leftist, like I was a big union guy, the shop steward at one point, Wildcat strike, she'd be very sympathetic to me. So I was poor as a church mouse, and I was tired of the man. She is anti the man. It's a real throwback. We're not used to it because Obama wasn't like this.
So the Biden administration, as Jim Cramer notes, has been super aggressive in taking on dominant firms, which I like. But it is actually something that the Biden administration rarely talks about. Why? Well, it's a very simple reason. The Democratic Party operative class actually kind of hates this sort of new populist instinct. For instance, the White House hired as their communications director in 2023 an Obama campaign veteran named Ben LaBault. And in between his work for Obama, let's actually just show that Washington Post clip announcing his hiring. So in the private sector, LaBault has represented the philanthropic efforts of Facebook founder Mark Zuckerberg, Emerson Collective founder Laurene Powell Jobs, and former New York Mayor Mike Bloomberg. His firm has also advised technology companies like Uber, Google, Airbnb, and Sonos. So let's see, LaBault consulted for 7 or 8 different billionaires. Now, nothing against him, It's just that you're not going to know how to market populism if your background is in marketing the problem that populism is trying to fix. So you're not going to hear what happened in the anti-monopoly policy realm from the Democratic Party operative class, from MSNBC and so on and so forth, because they're kind of embarrassed at the populists in the Biden administration. Plaintiffs bar. But nevertheless, you're going to hear about it. There's a lot of good stuff. Some of these cases are coming directly from the Biden administration, and some are from private lawyers who are bringing private litigation, but often with support from the administration. All right, let's go to the first case. So we're going to talk about realtors who charge a 6% fee for buying and selling houses. And that's a lot of money because that's usually, that's for most Americans, a house is their main asset store. And every time they sell a house, 6% goes to a middleman. And that's a lot, relatively speaking, compared to most countries around the world, where that fee is about between 1% and 3%. Now, in October of last year, the National Association of Realtors, which is the biggest lobbying group in DC, and a group of associated real estate firms lost a big private antitrust case. Now, there are a bunch of other cases against the realtors, including one by the Justice Department, but it's clear that the days of 6% fees for selling or buying a house are over, and that is going to make housing cheaper. Then there's airlines, which is where the administration did three things that are making flying better and cheaper. So first, the Biden administration blocked the JetBlue-Spirit merger. It also undid the JetBlue-American Airlines partnership in the Northeast. And Pete Buttigieg's Department of Transportation fined Southwest Airlines a record $140 million for bad service and mass cancellations. The result of all of these actions, airfares are dropping. From December of 2022 to last month, prices came down 9.4%, and they're even 3.6% lower than they were in 2019, so they're lower than they were in the pre-pandemic era. Not just that, but the holiday season in December was the smoothest, November, December, was the smoothest in a decade, with the fewest number of cancellations since 2014. The Antitrust Division's leaders, Jonathan Kanter and Doha Mekki, made this happen. Now, and I hate giving Buttigieg credit, but he actually did some of it too, and I'm going to be straightforward about that. Okay, so we've got realtors, we've got airlines. Now let's go to Google, which is the elephant of tech monopolies. How do you eat an elephant? One bite at a time. So let's put a story up showing the first bite. A jury in a private case where Epic Games sued Google over app stores found that the firm had violated antitrust law. So Google is now an illegal monopolist. And a judge is going to decide what kind of remedy he will impose in the next few months. Actually, the hearing on that is this month. So he's going to make a decision in the next few months. And that has significant implications. This judge, a guy named Judge D'Amato, could simply break the company up if he thinks that what needs to happen to address the firm's illegal monopolization. Meanwhile, the government has two different antitrust suits against Google going on, and both of them will be impacted by this ruling. So more bites of the elephant. Okay, so that's Google. Now let's go to something else, meat. The Antitrust Division recently sued a firm called AgriStats for helping companies across the meatpacking industry, including in turkey, pork, chicken, engage in price fixing. And what do you know? Prices came down just in time for Thanksgiving. Finally, there's a broader dynamic that is happening with mergers and antitrust, which explains the anger on Wall Street. So let's put a story up showing that. Yes, the Biden administration is starting to win merger challenges, and that makes it much harder to engage in corporate combinations. Specifically, the Federal Trade Commission won a case on a genetic sequencing firm called Illumina, which was trying to buy a cancer test maker called Grail. Now, you probably haven't heard of Illumina, but it is the company whose machines did a genetic mapping of COVID. That's what their machines do, and they're a monopolist in that space. The FTC also stopped a healthcare data company called IQVIA from buying an ad firm called Deep Intent. And European enforcers recently stopped Amazon from buying iRobot. All of this is changing the calculus for Wall Street dealmakers, who are much less aggressive. And it's also causing changes in ways that one doesn't necessarily connect to politics. So there are cuts to overdraft fees for banks. There are switching costs for cloud computing services or hearing aids being on sale over the counter. A lot of markets, a lot of things that we buy and sell and need are changing for the better. And that's not good for profits on Wall Street, but it's good for the rest of us. So thanks for listening to this big breakdown. If you want to know more about big business and how our economy really works, you can go to the link in the description below and sign up for my Market Power Focus newsletter, Big. Thanks, and have a good one.
Hey guys, if you like that video, go to breakingpoints.com, become a premium subscriber, and help us build the best independent media organization on the planet.
That's right. We're subscriber funded. We're building something new. We want to replace these failing mainstream media organizations.
So again, to subscribe, it's breakingpoints.com.
Welcome to Democracy Now!, democracynow.org, The War and Peace Report. I'm Nermeen Sheikh. As Gazans brace for an expected Israeli ground invasion of Rafah, unrelenting attacks across the besieged territory continue as the death toll tops 27,500 people, with another 67,000 wounded after nearly 4 months of daily attacks. Israeli strikes hit residential areas, elementary schools, hospitals, and aid distribution sites, all within recent days. The Palestine Red Crescent Society published footage Monday showing its Jabalia headquarters in northern Gaza heavily destroyed after Israeli attacks. Meanwhile, an UNRWA food convoy was attacked by Israeli artillery fire Monday. This is Juliette Touma, Communications Director for the UN Palestinian Refugee Agency.
It's not the first time an UNRWA convoy with the United Nations was attacked. It's the third time a convoy belonging to UNRWA has been exposed to an attack on its way to the north of Gaza, or when it is coming back from the north. And this is not acceptable. Humanitarian convoys, according to international humanitarian law, must be protected from all parties to the conflict, also during combat.
The UN has appointed a panel to independently review Israeli allegations that a handful of UNRWA staff were involved in Hamas's October 7th attacks. The panel's findings are expected to be released in late March. The US and a dozen other countries have already halted funding for the life-saving agency. Nearly the entire population of Gaza is displaced and reliant on aid. This is Aisha Abu Al-Khair, a mother displaced from Gaza City.
In 2024, we're dreaming of living our lives. People move forward and live their lives. We are still chasing a plate of food and bread for our children to survive. We ask of the President of the United States to help the people of Gaza, send aid. He can see the situation here in Gaza and how difficult life is, and how children are lacking food and water. Instead of helping Israel with rockets and bombardments, he should help the people of Gaza and look at how much the people are struggling to get a plate of food or a loaf of bread.
Meanwhile, a new report by Amnesty International says Israel's army has been carrying out unlawful killings of civilians in the occupied West Bank and should be investigated for possible war crimes. Amnesty says Israeli forces have displayed, quote, a chilling disregard for Palestinian lives as a wave of brutal violence in the West Bank has intensified since Israel began its assault on Gaza. Amnesty investigated 4 separate cases of violence, including an Israeli raid on Nur Shams refugee camp in Tulkarm that began October 19th and went on for at least 30 hours as Israeli forces stormed dozens of homes, cut off water and electricity to the camp, destroyed infrastructure with bulldozers, and blocked 2 ambulances from reaching injured residents. At least 13 people, including 6 children, were killed in the raid. Since October 7th, at least 360 people have been killed by Israeli forces in the West Bank, including 94 children, according to the UN. U.S. Secretary of State Antony Blinken is meeting with leaders in Egypt and Qatar today on his second day of a Middle East tour as a possible new Gaza truce and hostage handover inches forward amid rising regional tensions. Blinken met with Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman in Saudi Arabia Monday and will also travel for meetings in Israel and the West Bank. U.S. officials say Blinken's trip is aiming to ease tensions in the Middle East, where the U.S. is supporting Israel's catastrophic war on Gaza, and U.S. military forces have struck Yemen, Iraq, and Syria in recent weeks. This comes as Yemen's Houthi forces say they fired more missiles at 2 U.S. and UK-owned vessels in the Red Sea. The Houthi movement said such attacks will continue, quote, until the siege is lifted and the aggression against the Palestinian people in the Gaza Strip is stopped. Meanwhile, France's new foreign minister, Stéphane Séjourné, used his first official visit to Israel on Monday to urge Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu to allow an immediate ceasefire and a massive influx of humanitarian aid to Gaza. Séjourné also met with Palestinian Authority President Mahmoud Abbas Monday, where he called for an end to Israeli settler violence. Nicaragua could move to take Germany, Canada, the UK, and the Netherlands to the International Court of Justice over their role in aiding Israel's genocide in Gaza. Nicaragua called on the four nations to immediately stop providing arms, munitions, and technology to the Israeli army. Meanwhile, South Africa's Minister of International Relations, Naledi Pandor, says she questioned why International Criminal Court Chief Prosecutor Karim Khan issued an arrest warrant against Russian President Vladimir Putin over his actions in Ukraine, but not for Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. Pandor visited the ICC offices while in The Hague for the ICJ ruling on South Africa's genocide case against Israel. Prosecutor Khan was not able to answer the question. Back in the U.S., hundreds of Pennsylvanians rallied at the state capitol in Harrisburg Monday to demand the state divest millions from Israel bonds. The protest was led by Jewish Voice for Peace, the Philly-Palestine Coalition, and the Council on American Islamic Relations, CAIR. Police arrested at least 126 demonstrators. State Representative Chris Robb attempted to shield protesters from arrest and later defended their right to protest, evoking the history of the civil rights struggle and Black History Month.
All the things we talk about during Black History Month or Martin Luther King Day, and all the great things that happened, all of those things were far more than inconvenient. They were radical. They were radical. This is a radical expression of one's First Amendment rights. In the people's house, this is the most ironic place to arrest people for expressing their First Amendment rights.
A new report by The Guardian has exposed a growing internal rift at CNN over its one-sided coverage of Israel's war on Gaza and the, quote, censoring of Palestinian perspectives. CNN's Atlanta headquarters issues editorial directives for the entire network, relying on official Israeli accounts. In addition, all content must be approved by the Jerusalem Bureau. This comes amid outrage over recent inflammatory headlines in mainstream newspapers in the U.S. On Friday, the Wall Street Journal published an op-ed titled, "Welcome to Dearborn, America's Jihad Capital." In response, Dearborn's mayor, Abdullah Hammoud, said he was ramping up police presence across religious sites and landmarks over fears of racist violence. President Biden and Michigan Governor Gretchen Whitmer both condemned the article. Meanwhile, longtime New York Times columnist Thomas Friedman penned an op-ed titled "Understanding the Middle East Through the Animal Kingdom," in which he compared Iran to a parasitoid wasp, writing, quote, "We have no counter-strategy that safely and efficiently kills the wasp without setting fire to the whole jungle," Friedman wrote. Michigan Congress member and the only Palestinian-American U.S. lawmaker, Rashida Tlaib, said, quote, "This is blatant Islamophobia and anti-Arab racism that puts people's lives in danger," she said. In Texas, a man attacked 4 young Muslim Americans who were driving home from a protest for Palestinian rights in Austin on Sunday. 3 of the victims are Palestinian Americans, including a 23-year-old who was stabbed after the attacker pulled them out of the car. They say the suspect, who's been identified as Bert James Baker, yelled obscenities, including the N-word, and tried to rip off a keffiyeh hanging from the car. The Council on American Islamic Relations, CAIR, is calling on authorities to charge Baker with hate crimes, saying, quote, "Those responsible for this violence must be prosecuted to the full extent of the law, and those fomenting the anti-Palestinian and anti-Muslim hate that leads to this violence must be condemned." Senegalese lawmakers voted to delay presidential elections until December 15th, following President Macky Sall's announcement Saturday postponing the vote, which had been scheduled for later this month. Chaos overtook the parliament as opposition lawmakers attempted to block the vote in protest.
This is not possible. They're stealing from the population of Senegal.
Security forces forcibly removed some lawmakers during the session. The election postponement by President Sall, who's already served the maximum 2 terms allowed, was followed by street protests and accusations of a constitutional coup by his opposition. Rights groups warn Senegal's democracy and political stability are at stake. In Sudan, a new report by Doctors Without Borders warns at least one child dies every 2 hours in a camp for displaced people in North Darfur as fighting between the Sudanese army and the paramilitary Rapid Support Forces enters its 9th month. The humanitarian aid group estimates that about 13 children die each day in the Zamzam camp, one of the largest sites for internally displaced people in Sudan, where MSF is the sole health provider. Children who are suffering from severe malnutrition are expected to die within a few weeks unless they receive urgent care. This comes as the World Food Programme says many people are dying of starvation as hunger has doubled in Sudan over the past year due to the ongoing violence that has cut off civilians from life-saving aid. Some 18 million people across Sudan are facing acute hunger, while nearly 11 million have been displaced from their homes. Back in the U.S., the Poor People's Campaign launched a 40-week operation to catalyze the voting power of poor people across the country. Some 7,000 volunteers will be tasked with mobilizing 15 million voters ahead of November's election, with the first major coordinated actions taking place outside 30 state houses on March 2nd. This is Bishop William Barber unveiling the initiative at a press conference in Washington, D.C. on Monday.
For far too long, extremists have blamed poor people and low-wage people for their plight, while moderates too often have ignored poor people, appealing instead to the so-called middle class. Meanwhile, poor and low-income, low-wage people have become nearly half of this country, and we are here today to make one thing clear. Poor and low-wage brothers and sisters have the power to determine and decide the 2024 elections and elections beyond.
And millions of people gathered across Turkey today to commemorate 1 year since a devastating earthquake and its aftershocks killed over 50,000 people. In Antakya, the capital of Hatay, the worst-hit southern province, crowds held a moment of silence at 4:17 in the morning local time, marking the moment the quake struck. Protests broke out as residents continued to demand justice and accountability from authorities for poorly regulated constructions and for delays in responding to the disaster, which left many to die, trapped in the rubble amid freezing temperatures. Others gathered in Malatya to mourn the dead.
I lost my children, I lost my daughter, son-in-law, my 3 grandchildren. It feels like I'm living the same days again. Only their memories are left, their photos, their love is what is left. They are my children, what can I say? It is just difficult.
The 7.8 earthquake and aftershocks killed some 6,000 people in northern Syria, worsening an already dire humanitarian crisis after over a decade of conflict. Many who lost their homes are still sleeping in tents. This is a Syrian man who lost his home and remains unhoused along with his neighbor.
He has nothing now. He is staying in this tent and has nothing. His situation is really bad. No one asked about him nor came to check. He's staying in the tent here. God help him and everyone. We are all staying in tents after a year of the earthquake. What can we do?
And those are some of the headlines. This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org, the War and Peace Report.
This was amusing as well. I'm interested in Sagar's take on this. So Trump put this post up on Truth Social, basically calling for people to forgive and forget when it comes to Bud Light. Put this up on the screen so I can read this in its entirety. Quote, "The Bud Light ad was a mistake of epic proportions, and for that, a very big price was paid. But Anheuser-Busch is not a woke company, but I can give you plenty that are, and building a list might just release it for the world to see. Why not? The radical left does it viciously to well-run conservative companies and people. Very nasty, but it's the way they play the game. On the other hand, Anheuser-Busch spends $700 million a year with our great farmers, employs 65,000 Americans, of which 1,500 are veterans, and is a founding corporate partner of Folds of Honor, which provides scholarships for families of fallen servicemen and women. They've raised over $30 million, given 44,000 scholarships. Anheuser-Busch is a great American brand that perhaps deserves a second chance. What do you think? Perhaps instead we should be going after those companies that are looking to destroy America. What are your thoughts on this, Sagar?
Well, first of all, who wrote that? Like an Anheuser-Busch spokesperson? When they're like, 65,000 Americans, 1,500 of which are veterans. like, who wrote this?
True.
It's clearly somebody
He
from
definitely didn't
the
have
company.
these facts on the top of his head.
Yeah,
you know?
it's like, listen, I met Trump. He's not that cogent, all right? He definitely doesn't know things like that at the top of his head. So what's going on here?
That's
upon some digging by some conservative activists, it turns out, let's put this up there on the screen, that after the year-long now boycott, it turns out that Trump not only is their top lobbyist, a major fundraiser for him, Anheuser-Busch, but that Trump himself actually owns up to $5 million in Anheuser-Busch stock. And why I think is hilarious is that Trump is just one of those people who has the ability to take a conservative call. You know, if this was Marco Rubio, if this was Rum, if this was, I mean, even Ted Cruz, Marjorie, any of these people, Matt Gaetz, people who
Literally anyone else,
they would be savaged by the conservative faithful. But they give him a pass. Even when he does like blatantly liberal things, or he just like stabs conservative orthodoxy in the heart. In many cases, it's very useful, like when we're talking about tax cuts or whatever, or tariffs. That's a better example because he was actually quite conservative on tax cuts traditionally. But whenever it's stuff like this, people who are like pro-life and, you know, in this case, anti-Bud Light are just left like shocked. They're like, this is all that I worked for, and they just destroyed it. The perfect example is Matt Walsh, who over at the Daily Wire. Let's put this please up there on the screen. He put this out there. He says, quote, "We managed to organize the first effective conservative boycott ever. Nobody has given any good reason why we should surrender now without an apology or concession. Anheuser-Busch isn't even an American company. We would be snatching defeat from the jaws of victory for the sake of rescuing a foreign corporation from the consequences of its own action. Absolute madness." But you know what I really noted? The word Trump is not in that at all. It was only in a follow-up that he says Trump gave no strategic reason why abandoning this one single thing would be a good idea. Apparently, we should back off because it would be a nice thing to do, and it's very important to be nice to people who push transgenderism. But, you know, again, what's shocking to me is that if you look at the comments, if you look at the, you know, if you look at like the quote tweets and some of the replies and stuff, people are like, well, it's okay, guys, because Dana White over at UFC signed a deal with them, so they're cool. It's like everyone does jujitsu to justify why Trump can say something that any conservative influencer, any Republican politician, anyone, Dan Crenshaw, whatever, they would be savage beyond belief. They would be mounting boycotts. They would be, you know, pushing a primary candidate and all this other stuff. And here, where he has a blatant conflict of interest and is going against something which was, I mean, I can tell you, from social media-wise and all this stuff, this is one of the most successful conservative things I've ever seen. And Trump just comes out and he's like, no, we're not doing it anymore. It's amazing. You know, it's like even a guy like Walsh, who I would say relatively consistent in his views and all that, he knows. Like, he's like, I'm going to get shit on for this. It's just, it's nuts the way that Trump just gets a pass by his voters.
I mean, if Nikki had done this, they would
Can you
rip
imagine?
her to shreds.
And especially if she owns stock in that corporation.
Oh,
can you believe it?
Forget about it.
All
Forget
these
about
Instagram accounts and all these people constantly talk about Nancy Pelosi and which we agree with. We're one of the people who started that movement. You can go back and roll the tape. But it's like with Trump, he gets everything.
Yeah.
You know, I was just at the Waldorf Astoria now, and I was walking around and just remembering like the bonanza, what it was at the time. I remember seeing foreign diplomats and all these people blowing all this money at the hotel. And at that time, I was like, this is so disgusting and so crazy. And of course, only Democrats cared, right? At that time. And then, you know, Biden or Hunter or whatever, mum's the word. You know, nobody says.
Yeah, when it's Kushner, then suddenly no one cares.
When Kushner, then we don't care.
Or when it's literally Trump getting money directly through his hotels and whatever.
It's wild.
Don't care. I mean, this is like typical of classically swampy behavior.
It's terrible.
Obviously, like just so people recall, in case you didn't follow all of the ins and outs of this, all was sparked by one like trans influencer ad
Dylan Mulvaney.
that Bud Light decided to do, and it caused this whole thing. But in terms of, you know, it being effect, like it genuinely was a huge thing on social media.
Yes.
It genuinely impacted their stock price. They pulled the ads. There was a whole thing at the corporate level, and it also sparked these follow-on trends of then going after Target and going after this and that other company. So, you know, if that's what you're into, he's right that it was successful. And it is just another instance of how much pull Trump has with this entire party. And the other thing is, though, you know, you have to think about now he's very clearly heading into a general election.
That's right.
And he doesn't need freaks and weirdos like Matt Walsh to love every move that he's making. They're going to vote for him.
Of course.
They're going to vote for him. They're going to rally the faithful. They're going to rally all their audiences for him. So he doesn't need to appease them. He doesn't care. He can do what he wants and appear much more of he has a good sensibility of like normie impulse. And a lot of this right-wing influencer stuff is just completely off the rails. Like the Taylor Swift PSYOP stuff, which is noteworthy. This comes at that moment too, because Bud Light is tied into that whole thing. Because I guess Travis Kelce did some Bud Light ad.
Did he? I didn't know that.
Oh, you didn't know that? Yeah, or was drinking Bud Light. There was some Bud Light situation here as well that was part of the whole.
Oh, he wore a Bud Light necklace.
There you go. It was part of the whole conspiracy around Taylor and Travis Kelce. And so, which makes them look like such crazy freaks and weirdos that they're like obsessing over these weird, you know, deep state PSYOP conspiracies. And he also has fingers on the pulse of like, this is not going to resonate with normal people whatsoever. So I think there's an element of that as well of like, he doesn't have to care about those people anymore.
I would be curious to see what happens with the Taylor thing, because I could see Trump because the only reason is that the people around Trump have been tweeting about this Taylor thing, and I actually think it's one of those things that he would pick up at dinner at Mar-a-Lago and he might fire off a truth. So I'm not convinced yet that he may not trash Taylor Swift eventually, even if she does not endorse Biden.
I don't think so.
Or
I think he's too
but
smart.
you might be right.
I think he's too smart to do it personally.
You know what? The one thing is that Trump does understand is he understands media and he understands when somebody is more powerful than him. By all accounts, the person who he feared most when he was president was Oprah. He was always like, if she runs against me, I'm toast. It's one of those where like, but you know, he probably was right. So I guess we should give him the media credit. Anyways, this whole thing is just, you know, these conservative influencers and all those other people, it's like they have no backbone. Like, you know, Walsh, sure, he stood up against it. But how many of these people who are cheering? I saw people make YouTube channels that went to 1.5 million just shitting on Bud Light. And it was fun. Listen, I enjoyed it. It was a fun thing to watch and to all that take place. But they have no word. You know, not one whenever it comes to Trump or something like this. And as I said, if it was Nikki, if it was anybody else, they would savage them. And the icing on the cake, not only that, is the stock and the fact that that is such an obviously ghost-written tweet by some lobbyist. It's craziness.
Yeah, that's why the you know, writing was always on the wall with regards to the Republican primary, because this has always been the dynamic.
It is
Trump.
true.
It's always been the case, and that's why I was never convinced that anything Ron DeSantis could say or anything Nikki Haley could say, we're going to move people off of him because they just, you know, they still really like this guy and they're going to go down with the ship if that's what it takes. They're going to stick by him no matter what he says, what he does, how contradictory, whatever. It doesn't matter.
Absolutely.
Hey guys, if you like that video, go to breakingpoints.com, become a premium subscriber, and help us build the best independent media organization on the planet.
That's right. We're subscriber funded. We're building something new. We want to replace these failing mainstream media organizations.
So again, to subscribe, it's breakingpoints.com.
Let's go ahead and get to the major news here in Washington. The border bill arrived and seemingly died upon arrival. It was negotiated by Senator James Lankford, Senator Kyrsten Sinema, and some Senator Chris Murphy as well from the Democratic side. Kyrsten Sinema, I guess, from the independent side. Shall we call it that, Crystal? And then we have Senator Lankford being from the state of Oklahoma. So Senator Lankford appeared on Fox and Friends yesterday morning to make his case for the bill and to rebut some of his GOP colleagues who preemptively were rejecting some of the details. Here's what he had to say.
He said no self-respecting senator should agree to vote on a 370-page bill this week. Any 41 senators can prevent the bill from proceeding. If you agree that senators should have this bill for at least a few weeks and certainly more than a few days before voting on it, say so. You understand where he's coming from, right? Don't you guys have a procedural vote this week? And you're going to vote on the bill by the end of the week?
So we actually have this bill came out yesterday, Sunday. The first procedural vote is Wednesday, and that procedural vote is literally just open it up to be able to go through it and to be able to say, are we going to debate it this week? That's what Senator Lee is actually talking about. It's interesting that he said he's already opposed to it. He needs 3 weeks to be able to read it, but he's already opposed to it. Again, people have got to be able to read it, go through it themselves. Don't just go off a Facebook post somewhere what the bill says. This dramatically changes asylum. It dramatically changes deportations. We no longer have a 10-year backlog. It builds more wall. Those are the key things that it actually does. But read it for yourselves. Don't just believe what's online.
Read it for yourselves. And many Republicans did and still have ended up rejecting it. We will get to that. But there's actually a good summary of this deal from Bill Melugin. Some of you guys may be familiar with him. He's the Fox News reporter who covers the border. He's very critical of the immigration situation and of Biden. So I think, his overall summary, I think you could take from the most skeptical point of view. We can go ahead and put this up there on the screen, and I'll read from some of it. So he says, quote, my initial highlights from the border deal. There's no amnesty and legalization of anyone already who is in the U.S. illegally. It funds an increase for ICE detention capacity from 50,000 from the current 34,000. There's a 7-day, this is the most controversial part, so please pay attention to this. At a 7-day rolling average of 5,000 encounters per day, or 8,500 encounters in a single day, the Department of Homeland Security, quote, would be required to shut the border down and turn away anyone who crosses. No new asylum claims would be allowed. Anyone crossing would be removed. It would end the idea of, quote, I made it to U.S. soil and you have to process me. That would be over. Border Patrol would not process an illegal crosser, and they would be removed. No asylum claim permitted unless it was made at a port of entry. Pay attention to that because it's important. They then go on and they say, this does not mean that, quote, for, quote, 5,000 are allowed in. Before the authority kicks in, single adults would be detained, families would be released via alternative to detention, asylum cases would be fast-tracked to months rather than years under a new rapid expanded system. Those who fail would be quickly removed from the U.S. The initial pass would be reviewed from work authorization claims and 90-day supervision until final asylum claim is determined. Shutdown authority doesn't drop until the crossings decrease significantly in the days following that. Significantly, there are tougher asylum requirements and a highly credible fear standard, including the 3 bars to eligibility, criminal history, could they have resettled in another country on the way to the U.S., called a safe third country, and, quote, could they have resettled somewhere else in their own country? Just saying that you're scared to return home no longer is enough to be required in the initial interview. It appears that that legislation would then move asylum claim decisions away from immigration judges and have them be handled by USCIS, which is the U.S. immigration system. Next, they talk here about some of the increases to FEMA, humanitarian aid, increase in the number of new visas that will be granted over the last 5 years to 50,000. Funding, and this is another important part I want to pay attention to, funding to hire hundreds more ICE deportation officers, Border Patrol agents, and USCIS asylum officers. It says no unaccompanied minor could be removed, and some of these minors would receive attorneys pro bono and are taxpayer funded. DHS would take 90 days to have this new system before it goes into place. And the context that he adds at the end is that the border has seen at least 5,000 encounters almost every single day in the last couple of years under Biden. So if the bill were signed into law, the border would likely be shut down on the first day that it takes effect. So, Crystal, with all of that and with that skeptical summary, I think, here by the Fox News reporter, it does seem to still mean that almost all Republicans have rejected it out of hand. The House of Representatives say it's a non-starter and that it's not going to happen.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's pretty clear there. This is a bill that is very, pretty far in the restrictionist direction. It is not something the Democrats ever would have agreed to under Donald Trump or would agree to next time under Donald Trump. Historically, any sort of increased enforcement mechanisms have been tied in a quote-unquote comprehensive immigration bill with some sort of path to legalization. There is absolutely none of that there. There's a real, so I do want to say there are pieces of this bill that I would actually support, including, as we've discussed, I mean, one of the biggest problems is you have this massive asylum case backlog, millions of cases, so it takes years for these cases to be adjudicated. There are provisions in here that would help to expedite that and also would flood the zone with resources to help get rid of that backlog. I think that part is important. But there's also a sort of direct attack on asylum itself, making it much more difficult to claim asylum. It's already extremely difficult to be granted asylum. The bar is already extremely high. And then there's also, as we discussed before, this quote-unquote shut down the border, which is a little bit misleading how this is labeled.
I could not
But basically the idea is once you get to over 5,000 on average on a daily basis, and there are some provisions in there like the president could change that authority, which is the other piece, is like you are giving the president, whether it's Biden or Trump, massive new powers under this bill. But the idea is once you get to that 5,000, you basically sort of like end due process and say, screw it to asylum whatsoever. So let me just talk about the politics, because in some ways what's in the bill isn't all that important, given that it doesn't have a chance in hell of passing. You know, the politics here are that Trump basically came out and said, I don't want you guys to support this bill. And the Republican Party was like, okay, we won't. And so someone like James Lankford, who, you know, took at face value the idea that the Republicans actually wanted a deal that combined border funding with Ukraine funding, with Israel funding, which was what Republicans were pushing for at the beginning of this process. Someone like him who, you know, really tried to negotiate in good faith and really tried to give Republicans the like restrictionist ideas that he wanted under the context of a Democratic administration, he's left holding the bag like, hey guys, I thought this is what y'all wanted. But, you know, the politics at the end of the day rules the day. One more thing on the politics, because I think this is important. There is a lot of Democratic glee about, oh, Biden, he's so clever. Like, look at how he called their bluff. And now he's flipped the script on immigration, and now Republicans are, you know, look bad on this, and they're exposed as not really wanting to be serious about this problem. I don't buy that analysis at all.
I totally agree.
I do not buy that analysis at all. Number one, the border, whatever's happening there is still happening on your watch, and, you know, whatever I think of it, there are many Americans who find the chaos, and I think that's fair, who want to see an orderly border process, and that does not exist right now. That is still going to be the case. It is still going to be under a Biden administration, and so that's a problem. Number two, you know, in the last election, Biden versus Trump, we had that, prior to that election, we had the whole child separation policy, which Americans were genuinely horrified by. I mean, it was terrible. These kids who were orphaned by the United States government, you know, the audio that was leaked of the Border Patrol agents mocking them, and all of that was horrifying. And Biden, in part to win a Democratic primary, he really positioned himself as being much more compassionate, of having this inclusive message about immigration, saying he would be a clean break from Donald Trump. And that ended up being a winning message. I mean, I'm not going to say that was like the #1 reason why he got elected, but that was part of the appeal, is it would be a break from the cruelty and the chaos of a Donald Trump administration. What Biden and the Democrats have effectively done here is just embraced all of the Republican arguments on immigration, just completely caved and effectively said, like, you're right about immigration and your model is the right model. And guess what? If you want a border hawk, you are not going to defeat Donald Trump on those grounds. Like, why would you compete on who can be the biggest asshole at the border? You are not going to win that competition. So one of the basics of politics is to try to fight the fight that you want to fight on the grounds that you want to engage, where your strengths are. No, don't go to the place where he's the strongest, where if it's a competition of like who's going to be the most cruel and the most restrictionist at the border, there's no doubt that Donald Trump and Stephen Miller are going to win that all day long. So I think all of this celebration, oh, Biden's so clever, Biden's so smart, this was such a great ploy, is insane. I think it's cope. I think it's ridiculous, and I think it's foolish. I totally agree on the politics. Disagree a bit on the policy. People can go watch some of our debates on that in the past. But yeah, I mean, listen, no matter what, like I'm a pretty strong immigration voter. I would say is one of the main, if anything still ties me to the main Republican Party, it would be immigration. Why would I ever vote for Biden? It's like one of those where if this is a policy where it's one of my #1 issues, and why would I vote for somebody who consistently undermined the immigration policy over the first 3 years, got dragged here kicking and screaming, and is trying to do this for a political ploy, which, as you said, is not going to work. Now, I'll take myself out of it and just say, who are people who are voting on the border? If you are voting on the border, you're a Republican. Like, I just want to break it to you. You are. You are the #1 issue in the Republican Party today amongst the GOP primary electorate is immigration. Also, something else that has become very clear on the politics here, I'm curious what you think of this, is that in the past, excuse me, is that there was a major split on immigration in the Republican Party. Lindsey Graham, Marco Rubio, the Gang of Eight, by and large embraced in 2013 the idea of comprehensive immigration reform paired with some future border enforcement. Now, with basically the shutdown and the collapse of GOP support for even a bill like this, it basically means Trump has won the argument within the party. Even in this, it is over. The starting point for the Republican Party now is zero illegal immigration. Asylum itself, over. I support that, by the way, just so everybody knows, in terms of revamping our asylum process. But my point is that this view was a minority view within the establishment Republican Party. And the way that you know this, Crystal, is that the U.S. Chamber of Commerce endorsed this bill. It doesn't matter at all.
Why do they endorse it? Well, because they like cheap labor, but that's a secondary part. My point is just that the establishment centers of power, the big business groups and others, which combined with the Koch parties, I wouldn't say they had won the argument with voters, but they certainly had won with the establishment. To have a guy like Langford, who comes from that wing of the party, who did, even he tried to negotiate something like this, and it just be nuked outright, I think that demonstrates like a major shift in immigration politics, period. I also agree with you on the Democratic side, which is, and this is where I actually want to know what you think, because for me, under Trump, it was easy to scream about child separation, even though Obama did it too, and all of this, and then everyone just conveniently forgets that whenever it happens. But to me, the asylum and the images of the border under Biden just became so untenable within the system that they're trying to use past frameworks for the current problem where you have 6 to 8 million people that cross, under the Biden administration. It just seems to have collapsed within its own logic.
Well, I mean, the collapse is a long time coming and predates Joe Biden.
Yeah.
Because basically, I mean, to go back in some of the history of our immigration system, for a long time, the overwhelming number of people who were coming to America were single Mexican males who were coming for work. And there started to be a shift, largely driven, by the way, by our totally messed up foreign policy vis-a-vis Guatemala, El Salvador in particular, where these countries became incredibly violent and it was incredibly dangerous. And the number of people coming from those Northern Triangle countries spiked. We have not had a major overhaul of our immigration system since the early 90s.
Yeah, so we haven't updated asylum laws since the 90s.
Exactly. So we have a system that even at its, even when it was sort of reflective of the predominant type of migrant that was coming, it's not like it was working that well then either. And, it's never been updated to be able to process the number of asylum claims that are coming in. There's, always been this tension over, okay, who actually merits asylum. There's been a massive amount of discrimination between the types of migrants that will be granted asylum. For example, if you're from Cuba, probably granted asylum. If you're from Guatemala,
wet foot, dry foot.
You're not going to be granted asylum. If you're from Haiti, you're not going to be granted asylum. If you're from El Salvador, you're not going to be granted asylum. If you're from like a former communist country, escaping persecuted Venezuela, for example, you will be granted asylum. So it's always been very selective, very political, and largely broken, and the resources inadequate to deal with the number of people who come now claiming asylum. And that really is the core of the issue. Now, the other piece of the issue is, of course, just a question of like, okay, but how many people do you want to come? How many people is appropriate for, how many people? I think there's a practical consideration of how many people can be absorbed in a nation at a time, given the amount of resources, et cetera. My number for that is much higher than your number for that. That's where we just like wildly differ. I think we can agree on the need for the additional resources to process the claims, but when it comes to how many people should come into the country, I think we feel very differently about that. But with Joe Biden, what do I think happened that brought him to this place? First of all, I do think he had this idea of like, oh, I'm going to call their bluff.
Yes.
And it's an instinct that we have seen reflected in a bunch of European nations as well, among these sort of like center-left neolibs, where it's like, oh, the right is beating me up on immigration, so let me pretend like I'm on the right. And I was telling you, there was a study that The Guardian wrote up recently that looked at whether or not that worked electorally, and they were like, no, it doesn't work. Because if people want an immigration asshole, then they're going to vote for the most, for the right-wing party. At the same time, you're demoralizing your own base. Biden, as we know, because of Israel and other issues, but in particular because of Israel, his base is already demoralized. This only further is like another thumb in their eye of, I'm going to be even harsher on immigration than Donald Trump was, and I'm going to completely flip from the messaging that I ran on back in 2020. So I think electorally, it's foolish. I think the other thing that happened, Sagar, is because you did have these, I think the project of busing migrants into cities.
Oh, it was ingenious.
I think that was very effective because it is true that, especially like a city like New York. Now, I think it's preposterous, the idea that a gigantic city like New York, a city that in a very short period of time in the last century gained 30% of its population and is a city of immigrants, can't handle absorbing 100,000 plus immigrants. I think that's preposterous. But if people are coming with zero resources all at once and no work permits even to be able to provide for themselves, Well, yeah, that is a drain on resources.
Well,
that's
and they
a
have right to
difficult thing
shelter.
to deal with.
That's the main difference.
And they have the right to shelter. And so Eric Adams is going like, you know, I need help. What are we going to do? And Kathy Hochul is the same thing, and Chicago mayor, same thing. And so I do think that that also impacted some of the politics here of how we ended up in this place.
No question. I totally agree. I actually think that's probably the single most impactful thing. One of the reasons, again, why I think it collapsed on its own logic is Europe is a good example. So back in 2015, if people will remember, there was the great Syrian, Afghan migrant wave across Europe, some of which they're still dealing with today. They had the same level of asylum law that they had to grapple with, which is like, how much of this is real? Most of these guys are military-age men. What exactly does this all mean? Are they trying to stay here? Are they really fleeing for their lives? Well, also, they're from a war-torn country. Can we send them back? Like, what do we do?
Right.
And that led to, I mean, the rise of places like Viktor Orban, Hungarian politics. I was just in Vienna and in Budapest. Both of them told me that the migrant crisis was the single biggest sea change in all of politics. It led to the first breakdown of the Schengen since the 1990s. It really undermined a lot of the internal logic of the European Union. Even today, there's no massive battles about it. And, you know, Rishi Sunak, for example, he is under massive pressure from his right because of the asylum thing. Arguably, Brexit would not have happened if the German asylum invitee thing had nothing. So the politics of it, I think, really comes down to the fact that the law from the 90s was just not prepared for what the situation was going to be. I think we can genuinely agree. In terms of the policy and all of that now here, as I said, it has now been and shifted dramatically to the right for the Republican Party now. Depending on where you stand, I think that's a good thing personally, but, you know, it's an Overton window shift nonetheless. To underscore that, guys, can we put this please up on the screen? It's the actual whip list, which is the opposition right now to the Senate border deal. What we see here in the opposition right now, Crystal, is that you have two no votes, Bob Menendez, Alex Padilla. Actually, I believe Bernie Sanders
also a no.
has been added to that as well.
I think Markey and there's one more that I think there's 5 Democratic or Bernie's and independent no votes.
A lot of this is moving quickly, so we're doing our best. The reason why this is important is that right now it is going to be very difficult for this to even get to 60 votes. The reason why that would matter is that if it's at 60, then it can't even, if it doesn't get 60 votes, it will not even be able to get cloture. The secondary thing that is very important to understand here, if we could put A3, please, up on the screen, is that the House of Representatives has already declared, this is a joint statement from Speaker Johnson, Steve Scalise, who's the House Majority Whip, and Elise Stefanik, have all a statement that they've put out to say that the Senate supplemental says any consideration of this Senate bill in its current form is a waste of time. It is dead, capital D, on arrival in the House. We encourage the U.S. Senate to reject it. That, as I understand it, Crystal, is actually playing a huge part in undermining many of the votes in the Senate because many Republicans do not want to take a risky vote on immigration if they know that it's not. I mean, it makes sense, obviously. You know, you don't want to take a bill. Already, Senator Lankford, by the way, is under massive fire amongst the GOP faithful from what I've seen. Trump basically disavowed him yesterday, even though, plot twist, he endorsed him. Also, many DeSantis voters are passing this around. In his endorsement of Senator Lankford, he said he's strong on the border. You can't even make it up.
I mean, but this bill is strong on the butt. Like, this bill...
Well, it depends on your perspective.
No. Compared to the status quo, if you're in favor of restrictionist immigration policies, this makes it much more stringent. It makes it, you know, much more towards the Republican vision. And I have to say, for me, what this reminds me of is, I don't know if you guys remember, I know you remember, back in the Obama days when there was all this grand bargain, we're going to try to get a grand bargain, and which meant, like, you know, cutting Social Security and Medicare, basically. And Obama came to the table with a deal, like, here, Tea Party, I'm going to cave to your wishes, and I'm going to put cuts to Social Security and Medicare on the table. And because they, you know, I think it was probably some of the same logic of they didn't want to, quote unquote, give Obama a win. But also, you know, the stated reason was like, oh, this doesn't go far enough and this doesn't do enough. So the Tea Party did, you know, the work of people like me who don't want to see those programs cut and killed that initiative. And guess what? That never came around again. And so, you know, I think, first of all, it's very uncertain whether Donald Trump is going to end up in the White House. I think it's a 50-50 prospect. That's number one. There's no way he's going to have a filibuster-proof majority and control of the House and be able to just, like, do whatever he wants on the border. Now, he can do what he wants to do with executive action, but that's always limited.
Yeah, it's difficult.
Both in what you can do and also in the duration of how long that lasts. So if you actually want to quote unquote close the border and limit asylum and all of these things, like this is probably your best chance under a Democratic president. Democrats, like I said, would never agree to something that was so enforcement heavy under Trump or under a Republican president. So I think this probably is their best chance if they actually care about, the restrictionist policies they claim to care about. Just to give you one example, this bill would more than double the budget of ICE.
Yes.
It would give the DHS secretary unilateral powers to deport as many people as he or she wants to deport. These are powers that, this is again, from the Democratic perspective, why I think this is insane. Like, yes, you're giving these powers right now to Joe Biden and Joe Biden's administration, but if Trump wins, you're giving those powers to Trump and his administration. Are you really comfortable with that and the way that they would use those powers? So again, I think if you actually, back the rhetoric that they back and believe in a restrictionist policy, this is probably the best deal you're going to get. And I am incredibly delighted, especially when you pair it with Ukraine and Israel aid.
Well, yeah, there
that they want to. Well, and there we can agree.
Yeah.
That they want to kill this thing and that it's quote unquote dead on arrival in the House.
I'll give you the case that I've heard, which is McConnell's an old man. He's either going to die or he's not going to be there very soon. And he's the only person who was Trump actually encouraged him to nuke the filibuster in the case of for border enforcement deal, if we remember, for the border wall. H.R. 2 already passed the House of Representatives. H.R. 2 goes much farther than this. I'm a very strong supporter of H.R. 2. I think it's a great bill on immigration. It completely reforms asylum in a very different policy, endorsed also by the Border Patrol Union.
By the way, this bill is endorsed by the Border Patrol Union.
That's why I wanted to talk about this.
Yes.
So I did some digging. I asked some of my immigration friends, I go, what the hell are these doing? Because I was like, this can't be real. Brandon Judd, who I know, by the way, Brandon was the head of the Border Patrol Unit. I used to work with him quite a bit in the past. So, Crystal, one of the reasons the Border Patrol Union supports this is because it dramatically increases their pay. It's not just over asylum, but that's...
Yeah, but what they wrote in their endorsement is this gives us, like, the strongest set of tools that we've ever had.
That's true. Yeah, absolutely, no question. But again, my case, the case that I have heard from those who say is, look, Mitch is going to be gone. We already have the House. We've won the argument. Now the senators are going to vote the way that we tell them to. If we nuke the filibuster for, many Republicans who are not named Mitch McConnell are very open to nuking the filibuster, and they're like, we'll just pass our immigration bill. I know you're against the filibuster too, so it's one of those where...
Maybe, but there's no reason why you couldn't do that. You couldn't pass this bill and then still do that down the road.
I think
that doesn't foreclose the possibility to completely kill asylum down the road.
The DHS secretary, gets unilateral authority. Well, Republicans don't trust. They're impeaching him right now because they say that he's not following the law. For them, it's actually one of the reasons not to give the power to minorities or the president.
It gives him unilateral authority to deport as many people as he wants to deport.
They think that's not like number would be zero.
It's not like unilateral authority to give them amnesty. It just goes in one direction. So your worst case scenario is, the status quo.
Well, if you give somebody a work permit and you don't deport them, that basically is amnesty, because when the hell are they going to leave? I mean, that's kind of the...
But here's the thing, just on a substantive level, that I genuinely don't understand, and I want to hear your analysis of. Republicans, we've covered this on the show a bunch of times, talk about, all these people who are leaving New York, going to Texas, going to Florida. And that's seen as like, that internal migration is seen as like, I think justifiably so, terrible for New York and terrible for California and fantastic for Texas and fantastic for Florida. But suddenly when it's people who are coming from outside the country, even though they're also just human beings, and by the way, immigrants, like some of the clearly like hardest working and oftentimes most patriotic people you can possibly meet, suddenly when they're coming from out of the country, when they come to New York, it's like, oh my God, this is terrible for New York. So how is it that people leaving is bad, but also people coming is bad?
It's a philosophical difference, Crystal, which is that the first part, your people are lawful permanent residents and they're American citizens. And the people who are coming here are not. And in most cases...
But they could be.
Maybe, but they don't pay taxes.
If they're allowed,
most of them don't speak English.
But that would be an argument for a pathway to citizenship, to legalizing them, bringing them out of the shadows. Because the problem, and this is one of the arguments about
take him out. Impact maybe gets out alive at this point. 100 Thieves still have 5 members.
This episode and others like it are brought to you by the generous support of my patrons on Patreon. Get some cool perks and help support the show by becoming a patron at patreon.com/secondthought. I also recently launched a new channel dedicated to the nuts and bolts of making a living as a creative. If that sounds like something you'd enjoy, you can check it out at the link below.
There are 5 times in Earth's history where we had mass extinctions. By mass extinctions, I mean at least 75%, 3/4 of the known species disappearing from the face of the Earth. Now we're witnessing what a lot of people are calling the 6th mass extinction, where the same thing could happen on our watch. The data are rock solid. I don't think you'll find a scientist that will say we're not in an extinction crisis.
So, in this episode, we're going to talk about the 6th mass extinction, what's driving it, and what, if anything, can be done about it. The first thing we need to do when talking about mass extinction is to establish what exactly that means. It's a scary term. For most people, it conjures up images of the dinosaurs getting wiped out by an asteroid and the Earth being plunged into fire and darkness. Well, I've got good news and bad news for you. The good news is that mass extinction doesn't always mean apocalyptic, literally earth-shattering calamities. The scientific benchmark for mass extinction is 75% or more of existing species completely dying out in a relatively short period of time, geologically speaking, usually less than about 2.8 million years. Extinction is a normal part of life on Earth, so much so that we've defined what's called a background rate of extinction, which comes out to between 0.1 and 1 species per 10,000 per 100 years. Okay, that doesn't sound so bad. 2.8 million years is a long time, even if we're experiencing a mass extinction event. Well, here's the bad news. The event unfolding now is happening on a scale unprecedented since the extinction of the dinosaurs 66 million years ago. And it's happening incredibly quickly and continuing to accelerate. In 1991, 1 salmon species was endangered. Today, it's 14. Countless insect species are already gone for good. A WWF study says that in the past 50 years, the abundance of global wildlife has collapsed by 69%, with the worst effects being seen in Latin America, where abundance has fallen by 94% since 1970. According to a number of studies, the current rate of extinction is between 100 and 1,000 times higher than the pre-human background rate. And that should give you a clue as to what's driving this crisis. To anyone paying attention, it's pretty clear why we're experiencing a 6th mass extinction. It's easy to say that humans are a blight, or we've overpopulated the Earth, or some other vague condemnation of our species as a whole. But that's not the problem. There's plenty of room for all of us. There's plenty of food for all of us. The Earth isn't overburdened. And anyone who claims otherwise is either misguided or trying to sell you on some Malthusian worldview. The problem is that since the Industrial Revolution, the world's dominant economic system has been built on the core principles of extraction, accumulation, profit maximization, and endless growth. It stands to reason that if the profit motive is the sole determinant of the path society takes, any number of crimes against our environment can be waved off as necessary sacrifices. Take logging, for example. When managed sustainably, trees are a renewable resource. They just take time to grow. A common sense system would ensure that we don't chop down more trees than we can replace over a given period. But that, of course, doesn't take into account the fact that we could generate more money and produce more stuff if we do keep chopping the trees. The Amazon rainforest is one of the planet's most crucial carbon sinks. A carbon sink is something that absorbs more carbon from the atmosphere than it produces. These are incredibly valuable resources, and critical to sustaining most life on Earth. In recent decades, thanks to deforestation and human-caused climate change, the Amazon is nearing what's called a dieback loop. Since the rainforest creates and relies on its own rainfall, when trees are killed by logging or wildfire, it becomes harder to maintain that fragile equilibrium. At some point, the Amazon will begin to fail, and as it fails, more trees will die, and as they die, the process will accelerate. And eventually, what was once the most vibrant expanse of plant life on Earth will be dry, desolate savanna. That's a dieback loop. and we're actively shooting ourselves in the foot by carving up the lungs of the planet for the sake of greater capital accumulation. Now, the Amazon dying off is a big picture problem, but if we zoom in a little bit, we can see where the current extinctions come into play. Habitat destruction is a major cause of the eradication of animal life on Earth. Humans have taken over 70% of the planet's land, as well as 75% of its freshwater resources. If we were just making use of those resources and living sustainably within these ecosystems, it would be fine. But the problem is, we bulldoze them, or strip them bare, or poison the water supply with industrial waste, or put up walls that block key migration paths, or kill any animals larger than a house cat because they're seen as a danger to humans. But you might be thinking, so what? They're just animals, right? Yeah, it's sad that some cool animals are going extinct, but at the end of the day, they're just not that important. Let me introduce you to what's called a keystone species. This is a gray wolf. Back in the 1930s, these majestic creatures were killed off in Yellowstone National Park. For the next 70 years, the deer and elk populations in the park exploded, straining the area's carrying capacity. What's more, without the wolves as a threat, the elk didn't feel the need to move around as much, and decimated the local plant population with their incessant grazing. This in turn damaged the beaver population, which relied on willow to survive through the winter. This continued on down the food chain. With the removal of one species, the entire ecosystem began to collapse. In 1995, gray wolves were reintroduced to Yellowstone, and what's happened since then has been nothing short of incredible. With the wolves back, elk had to be more mobile, moving around to avoid the predators. This allowed the local flora to recover, with once bare hillsides now covered with trees and shrubs. With the trees came the birds, songbirds and ravens and eagles. The willows recovered, which provided food for the beavers. The wolves also acted as food distributors, leaving carrion for countless species, such as ravens, crows, eagles, magpies, coyotes, foxes, and bears. They killed coyotes, which allowed rabbits, mice, badgers, and other smaller animals to recover. The mice and rabbits brought ever more birds of prey. Before the wolves came back, there was just one group of beavers left in the park. Today, there are 9 beaver colonies. But it didn't stop there, not even close. The beavers spread and built dams, which had multiple effects. They tamed the seasonal runoff, created pools that stored water to recharge the water table, and provided shaded areas for fish and aquatic ecosystems for otters and muskrats. But most incredibly of all, the behavior of the rivers themselves responded to the wolves. With the ecosystem stabilized and the trees growing back, there was less erosion of the banks. The rivers flowed straighter and narrower, more pools formed, and all of this in turn reinforced the strength of the new wildlife by providing habitats for the many diverse species of the park. All of this, down to the very geography of the park, was revitalized by the presence of one single species. That's why gray wolves and certain other animals are considered keystone species, because without them, entire ecosystems fall apart. Now think about what it means that we're on track to eradicate over 75% of animal species on Earth. How many of those will be keystone species? How many that we don't even know are keystone species yet? But maybe that's still not enough. Maybe you still feel like it doesn't really matter, that we're insulated from the collapse. It may be hard to hear, but we are very much a part of this biosphere. We don't get to exist outside and above the rest of life on Earth. We are entirely dependent on it for our survival. Let's consider another factor in the mass extinction: climate change. Beginning with the Industrial Revolution, humans have pumped ever more greenhouse gases into the atmosphere, drastically accelerating the warming of the planet. Back in the 70s, Exxon, yes, that Exxon, the fossil fuel giant, conducted the world's first truly comprehensive study into the effects of climate change. Their results were shocking and surprisingly accurate. They determined that their activity, and that of the rest of the oil and gas industry, would directly contribute to unsafe levels of warming, which would have untold negative effects on life. In a just world, they would have revealed their findings. But as a capitalist firm, under a capitalist system, they followed the prime directive, the profit motive. And instead of revealing their findings, they buried them, and launched the most comprehensive corporate propaganda campaign in modern history. The rest you've heard before. If we don't cap warming at 1.5 degrees, we're in for a bad time. It'll accelerate the dieback loop of the Amazon. The oceans will become increasingly uninhabitable. We'll face more frequent and devastating weather events, including droughts, hurricanes, wildfires, and monsoons. And entire regions of the planet will become too hot to safely sustain human populations. But what I really want to stress about this is how it will affect our food supply. Remember how I said we rely on the rest of the animals on the planet? Let's start with fish. Like the Amazon, the world's oceans are a crucial carbon sink. Since we began tracking it in the 1970s, oceans have absorbed 93% of the world's excess heat generated by greenhouse gas emissions. This has contributed to a rapidly warming aquatic environment. They've also become starkly more acidic and contain less oxygen. The ocean is home to somewhere between 500,000 and 10 million distinct species, a massive chunk of the planet's biodiversity, on a scale that would make Yellowstone blush. As of right now, the oceans are expected to warm by up to 4 degrees Celsius by the end of the century. That's a whole lot more than the 1.5 degrees where we'd already be having a bad time. So what does that look like? By 2050, the tropics will see a decrease of 40% in their seafood catch. Shrimp could lose 70% of their habitat to warming waters in the Gulf of Mexico. From 2014 to 2016, Pacific cod populations decreased by 70% in the Gulf of Alaska. Entire fishing communities are no longer able to sustain themselves by catching salmon. Fisheries have closed. Coastal towns have enacted strict fishing restrictions where once there was no need. And low-income countries that are heavily dependent on seafood are being disproportionately affected by the climate fallout that is mostly the fault of industrialized nations. And it's not just fish. Food crops are at risk as well. Everything from staples like maize and corn to luxuries like cocoa and coffee are also in the crosshairs. The Yellowstone example should demonstrate just how interconnected the planet's ecosystems are. Plants, animals, even the terrain itself relies on a fragile equilibrium to thrive. But don't take any of this from me. The world's scientists are in agreement. To quote a 2022 IPCC report, climate change will increasingly put pressure on food production and access, especially in vulnerable regions, undermining food security and nutrition. The capitalist tendencies of overproduction, waste, and hyperconsumerism are only making these problems worse. Consumption drives extraction. Extraction drives exploitation. Exploitation maintains poverty and suffering. The myth that capitalism will one day magically provide this wasteful, first-world quality of life for everyone is just that, a myth. And even if it did, the Earth couldn't sustain it. Studies on global consumption suggest that in order to maintain a hyper-consuming Western lifestyle for every person on the planet, we'd need the resources of 5 Earths. This is why people say we cannot have infinite growth on a finite planet. Now, it's important to keep in mind that the planet itself will be fine. That's not going anywhere. It's our own survival and the existence of countless amazing and often critical species that we're putting at risk. The 5 past mass extinctions all happened well before humans came onto the scene. They were natural. A massive asteroid, for example, or increased volcanic activity. The extinction we face today is of our own making. We have the data. We know what's causing this. And we know what economic system relies on causing these problems of extraction, overconsumption, and endless growth. If we want to stop the dying, the destruction of life as it has existed for the last 60 million years, we must dismantle capitalism. Even the scientists who are so afraid to say that capitalism is the problem recognize that this system cannot and will not solve the problems it creates.
I know there's no political will to do any of the things that I'm concerned with, which is exactly why I and the vast majority of my colleagues think we've had it, that the next few decades will be the end of the kind of civilization we're used to.
Throughout history, massive systemic change has always seemed impossible until suddenly it wasn't. As Ursula Le Guin said, "We live under capitalism. Its power seems inescapable. So did the divine right of kings." Socialist revolution remains the only way to build a world that is sustainable and just. A world that doesn't rely on the destruction of the only home our species has ever had. We've known this for over a century, and the capitalist powers have crushed that possibility every time. through coups, invasions, sabotage, assassinations, whatever it takes to keep the average person from realizing that there is a better alternative. I remember when I was a kid on a warm night, my family would all go outside and we'd try to catch fireflies. It was one of the most magical things to see, all these tiny twinkling lights floating all around you. And you'd catch one and you'd look at it and you'd think, wow, how does something like this exist? A couple decades later, and I have a 1-year-old daughter. She's going to grow up without ever seeing a sight like that. It's the little things like this that make you stop and think. The clock is ticking. It's socialism or extinction. Which side are you on? Hey there. I mentioned at the beginning of the episode that I recently launched a new channel.
Making the game qualities.
What if one of the
like, oh, it depresses the wages. What depresses wages is when you have people who are not legalized, who are in the shadows, who are being paid under the table, oftentimes like less than minimum wage and not having to abide by labor regulations. What you're making is an argument for legalizing immigrants, for allowing in more legal immigrants versus having this massive shadow economy.
I actually don't support legalizing immigrants, and I don't support pathway to citizenship for the vast majority of people here. And I'll tell you why, which is that as fundamentally is a fairness issue. People like my parents spent years and tens of thousands of dollars on lawyers trying to get visas. They had PhDs and master's degrees. It's not that easy for people to get a visa to this country. You can ask anybody who's like me. I think it's bullshit, frankly, that you can just cross the border, just say, I fear for my life because El Salvador sucks, and you get to stay here, and you get to work for 5, 10 years, liably never leave. The other case, and this is, look, you can call me racist if you want. The vast majority of people arriving here have no skills. We're lucky if they have a 5th grade reading level in Spanish, let alone in English. They're not educated. In terms of the jobs that they're going to take, I mean, is it really fair to depress, like, wages for the lower class Americans?
It doesn't, though.
No, but absolutely.
The research.
It's a supply and demand issue. It's basic.
It's your assumption is that there's some set number of jobs in the economy and that's it. End of story. It doesn't shift. So again, it comes back to, okay, then why is it a great thing for New Yorkers to be moving to Texas? Why is that great for Texas? Why isn't that them taking their jobs and depressing their wages and actually, ruining their community, et cetera?
Many people in my home state of Texas would say it's ruining their community, and it is driving prices up because of the supply.
Yeah, but they brag about, oh, all the moving vans coming here to Florida and to Texas. But when it's American citizens coming from New York, then it's amazing and it's great for the economy, et cetera, et cetera. But somehow, even though it's just also people, they just happen to be coming from outside the country, then suddenly it's terrible. It doesn't make sense.
I just think there's a fundamental difference between a guy who makes $250,000 from New York and moves to Austin, who's paying taxes and can buy a house, than somebody who comes here with literally $0.
I think that's so classist. Because
no, it's not classist. They're not. First of all, they're not from here, so they don't deserve anything.
Hold on, Sagar. Think about. But put aside who deserves what, et cetera, et cetera. Just think about the best interests of the country. Like, it's very clear that some level of immigration, and you can see it again when we're talking about internal migration.
Joe Biden,
friend of the show.
Joe Biden, and he's had a great week.
Oh yeah, he's not been sundowning for 78 straight hours
ever since the debate. He's been on fire. It cannot be stopped. He's had a string of, I don't know, I'll be nice and call them gaffes.
Yeah.
Among them, confusing the Parkland and Sandy Hook mass shootings.
Sure.
Saying I was vice president during the Parkland massacre, which was, he'd been out of office for 2 years at that point. He said, what was the thing where he was like, black kids just have as many skills.
Poor kids are just as smart as white kids.
Oh, yeah, poor kids are just as smart as white kids. He said in the midst of one of his speeches, we choose, truth over facts. Truth over facts. But you know, he did have a good moment here at the Iowa State Fair that I want to talk about. Some Turning Point USA, some Charlie Kirk
Weasel.
Yeah, some weasel from Turning Point USA. This woman, got him in the sort of, not the press scrum, but like they walk around and eat the pork chop and the corn dog, and everyone follows him around. And in the midst of that, one of Charlie Kirk's little rats, how many gender? He asked Joe Biden. She asked Joe Biden how many genders there are, and Biden responded, at least 3.
That's so amazing.
And then
the fact that he just decided to go for it.
He goes, there are at least 3. The woman then asked him to name them, and then he said, "Don't play games with me, kid," adding that he was the first one in the Obama administration to come out in support of marriage equality. And then apparently, like, he grabbed her arm, and all the Daily Caller weirdos are having a field day with that.
It's so amazing because she catches him, and he knows in his head, oh, I'm fucked. I have no idea. All I know is I have a dim knowledge that it's definitely not 2. I know it's not 2. That's all I know. So I know 2 is not right. And then it's just like, am I going to ignore it? No, I'm just going to fucking heave the pigskin down the field, go for the fucking end zone, and it just goes, at least 3.
There are at least 3. However, for anyone else who doesn't want to get tripped up over this question, Joe Biden not prepared to answer that question. If you're not prepared for a question like that from a little rat like that, what you say is, get out of here, kid. You bother me.
Yeah.
You do a little W.C. Fields things. However, if you want to give the correct and right answer to that question, how many genders are there? You say none, 0.
0 or infinite. Those are both acceptable answers. But the clever Dodge answer is to say 1, the human gender.
I think 0 is the best answer to that question.
Yeah, there is 0 genders.
There are 0 genders.
The gender's not real.
As many as you want them to be.
Yeah. Good luck, Joe.
Well, this was the week when the press corps finally had to say, we think he's too senile.
Yeah.
And that's what all the articles are now like, seems like Joe has a real gaffe problem, which you could have which everyone knew was the fucking case.
I mean, he had the gaffe problem back in like 1988.
Yeah, when he was a spry 300 years old.
This is Joe being Joe. But, now, I mean, look, like someone edited together like a mega cut of his brain just short circuiting on camera. But it's all of recent vintage.
Oh, yeah.
This wasn't like when he came out, when Barack Obama nominated him as his vice president. And he said, "Isn't this guy great? Barack America." Play the clip of the Joe Biden mega meltdown montage.
Rich Fitzgerald, the county executive, Allegheny County executive, for being here, and we don't always live up to that's who we are. Go to Joe 30330 and help me in this fight. We can speak out and be more straightforward. Senator, but it's not about, I know you're supporting by saying booing, but look, here's the deal. Union workers, the UAW took incredible cuts in their future. You don't have here in Miami, in Florida. You don't have it here. And that is, if you keep an audience, all these breakthroughs we have with dealing with the whole, help people who have or in fact are and likely to get Alzheimer's by Wall Street bankers, CEOs, and hedge fund managers. Poor kids are just as bright and just as talented as white kids. I found that the secretary, we sat together in many meetings. My wife is a full-time teacher, taught all during when we were vice president. But President Trump and the demagogues around the world, how can a person dignity be maintained? And she never yields. She does not break. She stands up. The bills that the future president here, that the senator is talking about. We choose truth over facts. I keep my recommendation to him in private. Unlike you, I expect you would go ahead and say whatever was said privately with him. That's why I'll end the gag rule, the global gag rule that prevents money from getting to NGOs. $600 billion worth of loopholes in the law. Why they do that? I looked at it anyway. That's what I think my plan. I know what my plan does. By strengthening.
Okay, so
the life.
But Virgil, to your point that the media after his performance at the debate, where, again, right after that I said they were like strong, energetic, Biden's on top of the ball.
I kind of think. I'm not saying that this matters, but I kind of think that the worm is turning.
Yes,
and now
it
this is the
is.
point where the media's like, okay, we're bored with him being the front runner. And I think this just precipitates a spate of negative press that he will not know how to deal with because he's totally inflexible and incapable of analyzing or reacting to new circumstances. So he's just going to stay the course. It'll just get worse and worse, more embarrassing.
No, but I think that the worm is turning slightly where, like, the media now either, is proactively asking the question, like, do you think maybe he's, fit and, mentally fit enough? Or, think maybe he's too old or not really, there's something going on there. But similar to the Epstein thing where, like, there was, like, seen a couple pretty big high-profile articles, like Opinion, and then one thing in CNN.com that was basically presented as a news article. I'm going to read that because it's insane. But just essentially saying, this is a Washington Post opinion section by Paul Waldman. Lay off Joe Biden's gaffes. And I'm just like, what's the idea here? That, like, I think Weigel pointed this out, where he was just like, is the idea here, well, if Democrats are nice to Joe Biden in the primary, that means that Republicans also have to be nice to him in the general.
Yeah,
There's like
Republicans will only remember that they don't like a Democrat if Democrats remind them.
So let's see what he says here. Regular Plumline readers will know that I'm hardly Joe Biden's biggest fan.
Is it Greg Sargent?
I think that's the Plumline thing, yeah. He goes, I'm hardly Joe Biden's biggest fan. But reporters' coverage of his gaffes is getting out of control. It's both unfair to him and a disservice to the American voters who are trying to figure out who their next president should be. And when the president of the United States is the most prolific liar in American political history, he just passed, and then in parentheses, he just passed 12,000 false or misleading claims. And
That's a lot of Pinocchios.
And is waging a re-election campaign based on racism and fear. The idea that gaffes are an important campaign issue is particularly offensive.
There's 25 candidates. That's what I don't get. I saw yesterday somebody was making a joke about Biden's brain not working, and a woman responded and said, look, okay, we don't have time to be nitpicking about somebody's brain farts. We got Trump in the White House, and we need to beat him. And I'm like, there are 25 other candidates, and half of them have the exact same profile as Biden. They have the same issue positions. They're white men. They are straight. They have everything you think you need to beat Trump. They also don't have advanced dementia. Why are you so fixated on this motherfucker?
And like it's like from progressives, like Plumline, that's like the progressive Washington Post blog, right?
Plumline, I think, is ostensibly neutral election stuff.
But yeah, like the progressives or Democrats or whatever, this idea that, like, when there's a threat like Donald Trump and he's running a campaign based on like racism and fear, fine. That's all true, but like it's the primary right now.
Yes!
So that, like, the point is, like, we all know the goal is to beat Donald Trump, but like you can't say in the middle of a Democratic primary, like, everybody just let's ignore like the huge glaring flaw with the leading candidate. No, like this is where you're supposed to fucking vet the candidates and make sure that you nominate the one with the most support, the one that makes the most fucking sense. Like this thing, if you want to beat Donald Trump, the way to do it is not to just be like, let's pretend Joe Biden's brain is fine. Everybody ignore what's right in front of your fucking face.
Because the people you're going to be trying to get to vote for you in the general are not as weirdly invested in this as you are. So they're not going to have the brain screen to be like, no, he's fine. They're going to go, look at him.
You realize what the core matter is Biden's pitch implicitly is, I'm the most electable one. I'm the one who does best in the hypothetical trial poll heats against Donald Trump. But the reality of the matter is Joe Biden has terrible political instincts. Yes, his last two presidential campaigns were huge fucking disasters. He won one tough race for the United States Senate, and I guess for some local position before that in Delaware in the 1970s, and since then has just coasted every single fucking time.
Yeah, in a machine state where they just trade off power by predetermined lot, and they don't actually compete with one another.
He's not had to win a competitive race or not been capable of winning one since the fucking 70s.
And he ran for president twice before, once in 1988, once in 2008, and they were both glorious failures, which saw him scrape around 1 or 2%. And in the case of 1988, involved an incredibly embarrassing plagiarism scandal where it was revealed that he just took an entire speech that was about his biography from the fucking British Labour leader, Neil Kinnock.
So he won, of course, 2 elections for the vice presidency, drafting off Obama. That's it. People were voting for Obama. You were the other guy there.
And he's still doing that. He's still fucking drafting on Obama. That's why he's leading all the fucking polls.
If he gets the nomination, it will be Obama's fault, the same way Hillary was. So he is responsible for both of them getting the nomination and then losing by giving them his imprimatur as the popular guy. First, he cleared the lane for Hillary, and then after she ate shit and she can't run again, he's going to do the next best thing, which is draft off of people's residual affection for Obama.
Well, it's a good thing he won't get the nomination then.
I mean, it kind of fits, though, doesn't it? I mean, it's October, and we're watching those 2 sundowning old men jabber with one another. It kind of is what, I don't know. Seems like it's what we're headed towards.
All right, let's see here. All right, I want to read this article because this was actually shocking to me. This is at CNN.com in the politics section. I don't know if it's labeled as opinion or not. Let me just double check. I don't think it is. I think this is just presented as a news article in the politics section of CNN.com. It's by someone named Maeve Reston. I guess is a reporter for CNN. And the headline is, Joe Biden hears your taunts about his age, but he's busy running for president. This article is as close to just a straight press release from a political campaign published as journalism as I've ever seen. It is really quite stunning. So this is Maeve Reston in CNN writing about Joe Biden. Boone, Iowa. As Joe Biden worked his way down the rope line at the Boone County Fairgrounds Friday, his campaign was dealing with what has become a routine problem. The Trump campaign had seized on Biden's mix-up of 2 words during the previous night's speech, and that fit neatly into Trump's narrative that the 76-year-old former vice president isn't equipped for the mental rigors of the presidency because he's, quote, not playing with a full deck. And of course, Biden's get back to that is like, Trump's playing with a deck, but it's all jokers.
That would be an incredibly powerful deck because jokers are wild.
That's true. It could be any card. It's like every hand's a royal flush there.
Biden knew the questions were coming, but here in Boone, he was in the zone. Relaxed and seemingly untroubled as he offered well-wishers his skilled hand as they squinted in the bright sun, trying to position their iPhones for selfies with Uncle Joe. It's an ease that comes of years of experience with both crowds and scrutiny, and one that he intends to use as he continues to make his case for the White House. He's just a regular guy, just like us, wants the best for our country and our people, and that's what we all want, said Shelby Grabow, who described herself as a 28-year-old stay-at-home mom who works with special needs students during the year. She and her friends were much more interested in Biden's message about rebuilding the middle class, which he describes as his North Star, than his gaffes. So I guess, Maeve found, a hardworking single mother who thinks Joe Biden is just like her.
Just
and that,
like her.
I'm more interested in the policies.
My son also smokes crack.
He's more interested in his policies than the gaffes. And it says Biden locked eyes with Gary Craven, who told the former vice president that he'd recently lost his 48-year-old son Todd after a struggle with alcohol withdrawal. The Veterans Administration failed him, Craven, a Boone resident said in recounting of their conversation to CNN. He added that his daughter recently retired from the Air Force after stints in Iraq, Afghanistan, Jordan, Korea, and Somalia with a medical discharge due to post-traumatic stress disorder. She saw too much, Craven said. Biden leaned in close, gripping Craven's shoulders. Can I get your number and call you? The former vice president asked him. An aide dutifully took down Craven's number and said Biden would call him from the car. A little ways down the rope line, a reporter shouted a question about Thursday night's word mix-up, in which Biden misspoke by saying poor kids are just as bright and talented as white kids before immediately correcting himself. President Donald Trump's daughter-in-law used the mix-up to question his mental acuity, the reporter noted. Tell them it's the 2nd anniversary of Charlottesville coming up, so they need to divert to something, Biden replied, referring to the fatal street violence that occurred in 2017's Unite the Right rally in Virginia. Biden often rebukes the president's handling of the incident, Trump's perceived encouragement of white supremacists, with his response that there were very fine people on both sides while campaigning. The reporter persisted. Are you able, do you think, to go through the whole campaign with this kind of scrutiny on you? Yes, I have to. It's legitimate scrutiny, Biden replied. He turned back to the Iowa woman who was trying to take a picture with him. Fire away. Mr. Biden, they say these gas ding your electability, another reporter interjected. Well, that's going to be determined pretty soon, isn't it? Biden parried back. He kept moving down the line, handing a $20 bill to a little girl named Macy Grabeau for ice cream, telling her he owed her big for being so good as she listened to his entire speech under the hot sun. Giving $20 to a little girl to get one ice cream, kind of sus.
Yeah, what's she doing with that cash?
I mean, again, I wish Felix was here because I feel like he could vibe off the story of Biden telling a girl, here you are, honey. I owe you big
don't
for
spend
sitting
it all
there.
in one place.
Craven, the father Biden promised to call, dismissed the attention to the former vice president's so-called gaffes. He's a human being like the rest of us, instead of just a Democrat, Craven said, when he asked why he isn't seriously considering any of the other Democratic candidates. I've read his book. I've listened to him speak going back as far as the Obama campaign. I worked 40 years as an electric utility lineman, a foreman, and I understand that experience counts. And some of these people, I don't believe, have reached the level of experience to where they can handle the job that Trump is going to leave us. He continued, I don't think it was possible for one man to destroy the fabric of the country. I'm just a fat, old, retired guy from the Midwest, but I just throw my hands up with Trump. I think that Joe, from what I've seen and read, is probably the finest man who has ever served in our government. From what I've read, Joe Biden is the finest man who has ever served in our government.
I mean, it's not so much a question of, oh, don't you know about the crime bill and don't you know about X, Y, Z? I mean, A, he probably doesn't, and B, he might even have agreed with those things. He's probably relatively conservative for a Democrat. But what is the positive case that he's that good of a guy? What is he clinging to in making that assessment? Where is the evidence? I don't get it. He's just a dude. He was just a senator. And he was the vice president. He didn't do anything. I don't get it. He didn't, foster a peace treaty or something. He didn't have a hunger strike. I don't get it. What is going on? Why do people like this?
There's a subhead, there's a new section to this article that's just titled "Voters Connect with Biden," and it goes on the next sub category or new subject line in the article is Biden on the trail, and it goes, it's not clear yet how effective Trump will be in softening Biden's support with his attempts to describe him as Sleepy Joe or lacking a full deck. Biden's campaign is clearly taking care to address what could become a dangerous liability for his campaign. When he spoke outdoors at the Boone Fairground on Friday, for example, he used a teleprompter and frequently referred to notes he made his way through the speech, perhaps cognizant that another mistake would be unhelpful as his rivals attempt to build the narrative that he's too old for the job. And still, mistakes were made over the weekend. At a gun control forum on Saturday, he said twice that he met with students who survived the shooting in Parkland, Florida. The incident happened in February 2008, more than a year after he left office. But in comparison to a 73-year-old president who eschews exercise and seems to prefer riding around in a golf cart to walking, Biden walks at a clip that sometimes makes it difficult for the throng of reporters and cameras to keep up with.
He's got so much coil potency you wouldn't believe it.
So I'm just going to skip to the end here. It says, when he arrived at the fair 20 minutes early and his staff was trying to move him toward the soapbox, the former vice president glanced at his watch and looked perplexed. We're going to stand there at the soapbox for 20 minutes, he asked his aides. He made an executive decision. There was time for ice cream. Natch. That's how that article ends. There's time for ice cream, Joe.
Joe, we're going to have ice cream now.
He's like, oh boy, is it Monday night?
Yeah. We put the pills in it.
So, I mean, again, I don't know what to make of that. I mean, again, super easy to do, super easy bit. Can you imagine CNN, Politico, New York Times, Washington Post writing an article about Bernie Sanders in the same way that's
Yeah, obviously not.
No, God, no.
Never. If Bernie had 1/4 of the goof-em-ups that Biden has had, there would be stories everywhere about, is he okay?
Yeah, if Bernie had spent the last weeks having as many misstatements,
Yep.
or gaffes, whatever, verbal
Brain
tics or
farts.
whatever, brain farts. Do you think that the press takeaway coverage of all of that would be, it doesn't matter?
Yeah, he's just connecting.
Let's all
to
get a
He's
voters.
big bowl of
connecting with
strawberry
yeah.
ice cream.
Yeah. No, or like, yeah, the idea
It's
is
time for ice cream, Bernie.
Yeah, the idea is those gaffes only matter to media, political people. He's connecting with real folks. They're more interested in hearing about his universal health care plan than, whether he can string a sentence together. Pressing play now.
About the Home Depot story. Yeah, this is pretty cool. I'm in Home Depot, and I hear, honey, this is the guy I was talking about. This guy I was talking about. And the story that he was recounting was this, okay? A black head houseman of Red Dawn had just verbally accosted some newbies, and you know what? It was kind of over and above and out of line, but you know what? He could get away with it. And then he turned around and did the same thing to a group of guys, and I was included. And I said, are you talking to me like that? And he said, who the fuck do you think I'm talking to like that? And I walked up and I said, well then check this out, bitch. Say it one more fucking time. And know this, I bet you before it fucking escapes your lips that you're knocked out fucking cold on the floor, okay? And so what's gonna be? Fucking step. And he didn't do shit. And I said, that's what I thought. And I walked to my bunk and I started to read, and he came up and he said, roll your shit up. Like, go to the fishbowl, you're in trouble. And I said, fuck you, man. I'm not doing that. He said, roll it up or I'll go up there for you. And I said, go do that, okay? And while you're out there, keep this in mind, man. When you get out, I'm going to find you in whatever cardboard box you're in, and I'm going to kill you, okay? And you know what? When he was gone, all the brothers that had heard me say that didn't like that. They started talking a hell of shit, I mean, loud about what they're going to do and what they could do. And I had enough of it, man. And so I pulled the cool hand motherfucking loop, bitches, okay? Would you do this? I stood up and I walked out to the center of the fucking floor. And I slowly pulled my shirt up until it was near my eyes, and boom, it was past. And then I slowly took it down, and I knew what was going on. And I said this. I said, if any motherfucker in this building has a problem with me, okay, then step the fuck up. And I waited, and no one did. And I said, either step the fuck up, or I'm going to go back to my bunk and start reading, and you better shut the fuck up, okay? Or maybe I said it smoother, the other one. Anyway, yeah, it was a big deal, man, because Babe Rob came back to my bunk, and he said, you know what, you stay in your bunk, and I'll stay in mine. And it's like, okay, I'll stay in my sandbox. Bye-bye, get the fuck out of here, okay? I told you to be gone, right? I didn't say that. All right, I just kind of laughed. And you know what? The whole dynamics of how whites conduct themselves, I mean, not trying to get over, but you know what? They could actually hold their head up, okay? And you have to fucking look down, okay? Like they're pussies. And yeah, it was not every white boy was like that, but too many, right? You know what I'm saying? And it's like this, the Home Depot. Yeah, I just told you, okay? How about the 4 pounds and 3 ounces story?
Yeah. I learned a lot. And I learned that it makes a difference. This was the diving board area, and I was one of the guards, and there were not, it was a 3-meter board. And if you fell off sideways, you landed on the darn cement over there. And Corn Pop was a bad dude, and he ran a bunch of bad boys. And I did, and back in those days, you show how things have changed. One of the things you had to use, if you used pomade in your hair, you had to wear a bathing cap. And so he was up on the board, wouldn't listen to me. I said, hey, Esther, you, off the board, or I'll come up and drag you off. Well, he came off, and he said, I'll meet you outside. My car, these were all public housing behind it. My car, there was a gate out here. I parked my car outside the gate. And he said, I'll be waiting for you. He was waiting for 3 guys in straight razors. Not a joke. There was a guy named Bill Wright, Mouse, the only white guy, and he did all the pools. He was the mechanic. And I said, what am I going to do? He said, come down here in the basement where mechanics, where all the pool filter is. You know the chain, there used to be a chain that went across the deep end. And he cut off a 6-foot length of chain. He folded up, he said, you walk out with that chain. And you walk to the car and say, you may cut me, man, but I'm going to wrap this chain around your head. I said, you kidding me? He said, no, if you don't come back. And he was right. So I walked out with the chain. And I walked up to my car. And they had, in those days, you used to remember the straight razor. You'd bang them on the curb, get them rusty, put them in a rain barrel, get them rusty. And I looked at him, but I was smart then. I said, first of all, I said, When I tell you get off the board, you get off the board, and I'll kick you out again, but I shouldn't have called you, Esther Williams. I apologize for that. I apologize, but I didn't know that apology was going to work. He said, you apologize to me? I said, I apologize for that, not for throwing you out, but I apologize for what I said. He said, okay, close the straight razor, and my heart began to beat again.
Okay, there you have it. The Corn Pop saga.
That is, yeah, it's the same story. It's the exact same story.
Yeah.
That was the first thing I thought when I heard this. Like, obviously, Dan Quinn has, like, more flourish than Joe Biden, I would say. Like, probably a better performer. But the thematic similarity of, you know, wait till you see what this white boy does.
Right.
Incredible.
Yeah, but his story doesn't have pomade, rusty straight razors, a guy named Corn Pop.
A guy named Mouse.
I am a little bit like, I understand that Joe Biden is old, but is he lying and actually much older? Like, pomade, Esther Williams, like, how old is Joe Biden? And I'm trying to do the math, and it seems like his references would have even been dated then.
Yeah,
He came up to me, pointed the knife at my eye, and said, I'm going to make you like Lachine Andalus.
I mean, that all sounded very early 50s, like Blackboard Jungle.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I don't think he would have been old enough to have even been a lifeguard at that point, if his given age is accurate.
My favorite detail of the story is when he just says, you remember how you take the straight razors and bang them on the curb and leave them in the rain barrel overnight so they get rusty? Like, yeah, you remember that?
I do remember that.
Everybody remembers taking the factory owner's daughter for a long walk, and you dip an apple in the local barrel of molasses. Like, what, man? I mean, so, like, this Biden story has been really funny to me because the response to it by, like, you know, serious political media is like, oh, actually, the Corn Pop was a real guy, and people in Wilmington say this happened. It's like, yeah, no, I'm not. The funny thing isn't really that I thought he was lying. It's that, like, why would you tell this story?
I also
Like,
think
why?
that there's a difference between this and, like, the Cory Booker T-Bone story, which is just, like, pulled out of
Pure
his-
fabulation.
Yeah,
Yeah, just bullshit.
It's that, like, I 100% believe that some version of this happened, but if we were to make kind of a Rashomon of the event and get maybe, like, onlookers telling of the story where he screamed at a guy and called him by a woman's name for not wearing a swim cap because of pomade, like, I think maybe the story would seem a little bit different.
I do like, though, that it does prove once and for all just how senile Joe Biden is, because there is nothing that signals rapid, late-stage cognitive decline like the fact that Joe Biden cannot remember the name of the president he served under for 8 years, but he remembers Corn
Absolutely.
Pop. That
will
is what.
never
That's a
forget Corn
dying
Pop.
brain. That's what a dying brain does. It goes backward.
That's gonna be his rosebud.
Yeah, he remembers Corn Pop more than any conversation he ever had with Obama in 8 years.
More than his children.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Oh, by the way, we should clarify for those of you who don't know, for those of our listeners who were born in like 2010, and the first audio we played was Dan Quinn, who is a insane man from YouTube. I've
Right.
been watching for 10 years.
A legendary figure.
Known for his tall tales and verbal tics.
Right.
And we thought he sounded a lot like Vice President Joe Biden there.
Yeah,
You be the
who
judge.
is recounting his most fond memory of screaming at a black man from a very high chair.
You want to return to Joe Biden for a second and the Corn Pop saga, because this is a story that was covered by the Washington Post in July of this year in a very fawning profile of Biden titled "What a Lifeguarding Job on the Black Side of Wilmington Taught Joe Biden About Race." And this I think is the first appearance of the Corn Pop saga that I guess he's leaning on now. But it just begins here. It says, the furor about Joe Biden's race politics started as soon as he decided to run for office. As a candidate for the Newcastle County Council in 1970, he made expanding public housing central to his campaign. Angry white residents worried that poor black families would become their neighbors gave Biden a derisive nickname. The first time the phone rang and someone said, "You lover, you want them living next to you?" I was shocked, Biden told the Wilmington News Journal at the time. On the black side of Wilmington, residents weren't surprised. They had been using that provocative phrase to describe Biden for years, but as a term of affection. Joe was one of us, recalled Richard Smith, 71, a black resident whom everyone here knows as Mouse. We helped make him who he was. As Biden makes his third president run for presidency, he is once again trying to navigate the tricky terrain of race. His Democratic opponents have accused him of being...
It's a very tricky race. It's very confusing. It's full of trickery.
His Democratic opponents have accused him of being on the wrong side of busing and crime legislation, as well as being overly accommodating to segregationist senators.
He was.
His effort to personally wrangle with matters of race began even before his controversial turn on the city council, on the county council, back when he was a 19-year-old teenager trying to figure out what he could do to bridge the racial divide. His solution was to become a lifeguard at a predominantly African-American pool in Wilmington.
Scream at black people from his tall chair.
That's where he met Mouse and others with nicknames such as Corn Pop, the Puerto Rican, and Marty. Marty's not a nickname. That's just a name. That's just a short
name. Puerto Rican, also not a nickname.
Well, no, it's actually funny. They go down the story.
That's an adjective.
You find out that the Puerto Rican actually was a nickname, and everyone called him the Puerto Rican because he was light-skinned.
Okay.
So these Corn Pop, the Puerto Rican, and Marty are friends who would become friends who would shape his life and provide his formative experience in understanding Black America. I was not out marching. I was not down in Selma or anywhere else, Biden once said. I was a suburbanite kid who got exposure to Black America in my own city. Smith can still visualize the first time he saw Biden, a skinny 19-year-old with big sunglasses and brown hair, sporting a big smile and a whistle around his neck, trying to discipline teenagers like Smith who were bouncing on the diving boards. The pool back then had become overrun by neighborhood gangs, like the 13th Street Stompers, the Hornets, and the Romans.
This is
from
the most
Gangs of
West
New York
Side
era.
Story. They were snapping and doing step ball changes on the diving board.
Speaking of these gangs, they said they loved pranking Biden. The cost to enter the pool...
They're one of those really dangerous gangs that do pranks.
The cost to enter the pool was 10 cents, but a tiny smack-talking teenager known as Corn Pop wanted to try a way to get his friends in free.
By the way, he did not mention that this was a teenager. He was screaming at a teenager.
I mean, he was...
To be fair, he was also like a teenager at the time.
Yeah, it's just good old teenager on teenager yelling.
I mean, like, it's fine. I'm not saying that there's some, like, necessarily, like, old man yelling at teenager, but it like, wasn't like this person was, like somebody with recourse, somebody with, like, a job, and it's like, how dare you? I'm an adult.
So it says, Corn Pop wanted to try a way to get his friends in for free, distract the white lifeguard. Corn Pop got Biden's attention by talking about his mother, Smith recalled. Biden blew his whistle and demanded Corn Pop show him some respect. Meanwhile, Corn Pop's friends jumped the fence, hopped into the water, and laughed over their declared victory. They were testing him, recalled Maurice Pritchett, known as Marty, who served as a lifeguard on the shift with Biden. He had to earn their respect.
That isn't testing someone. That's completely insane. This is like the most cop mentality, where it's like, oh, they're testing me, and I'm going to get through this, and then I'll earn their respect. It's like, no, they're trying to get into the pool for free. That it has nothing to do with you. You are an obstacle to swimming in the swimming pool.
Eventually, Pritchett said, he earned their respect by continuing to show up. He learned some witty cut-downs to master the art of playing the dozens, discovering that some good Yo Mama jokes could be more disarming than blowing a whistle. I would really like someone to ask Joe Biden if he can remember any of the Yo Mama jokes that he laid out to, do the dozens with the
classic format.
The black kids and earn their respect by just doing some.
I was at the first Player Haters International Convention. I was there before Chappelle. You can ask him.
Soon he was playing basketball with the Romans when his shift ended, and others
meaning the actual Roman Empire. he was hooping in the
He's
Colosseum.
actually 700 years old at least.
He's
I'm a Highlander. I'm a Highlander. I'm the strongest one. Okay.
I had to earn
my great friend Ramirez. He was a Spaniard who was Egyptian. Things were more complicated back then. Okay. I had my wife, most beautiful girl I had ever seen in my life. Okay. And believe me, girls back then in the Scottish Highlands, they weren't too keen on watching. This one was. I'll tell you, this one was. And I had to watch her die of old age, and that was tragic. And that's the reason I'm out here. I want the quickening to happen. I want to live like a mortal, okay? And I want to quicken your kids learning inside these schools, okay? I am going to fight the Kurgan. I'm going to fight the Kurgan for you. A lot of people say, Joe, don't fight the Kurgan. He's an ancient evil. He's stronger than you. No, that's a bunch of crap. All due respect, I'm going to beat the Kurgan, okay? And I will die a mortal man. I will merge with everything, okay?
Kurgan
Oh my God! The Highlander did also have a deceased wife, but am I remembering correctly? Didn't the Kurgan kill her, or did she die of old age?
I think he
No,
killed
she
her.
died of old age.
Oh, yeah?
Kurgan assaulted her.
Oh, okay. All right.
Thank you, Felix.
You know what?
Yo, respect to the god Clancy Brown, though. That's what's up.
Oh my God, that voice.
Clancy
That
Brown.
voice.
Oh man, he's the best. Drill instructor Zim.
Yep.
Come on. Yeah, no, it's just that. He ended up. He had to earn the respect of the Romans by playing with
Such a
them and
fantasy.
learning how to do the Tetsudo formation in the phalanx.
This is such a fantasy. I feel like when Dangerous Minds came out, like Biden fantasized about wearing the cornrows and sitting the wrong way on the chair across from Coolio in the video. It's like this is a long long-standing kind of weird liberal fantasy where it's like, look, I'm going to learn to get along with black people by telling them how they're living their lives wrong. I'm going to dom them into friendship. It's like this really weird bully mentality.
It's similar to how he got his passion for rail transport from watching Train Arrives at Station. Motherfucker's old, is what I'm saying.
He's so old.
So it says, once he was out with us, Smith said, he never wanted to leave. You just have to imagine it at the time, Pritchett recalled. White people just weren't listening to anything we had to say. And Biden, you could see it in his eyes. He wanted to know about us. As the kids in the neighborhood became more comfortable with Biden, they shared stories about being black in America. A fellow lifeguard told him he didn't want to stop for gas on a trip to North Carolina because of what dangers might lurk for a black man at a station. They asked whether white girls were any different from black girls. They told him about the indignity of being forced to sit in the balcony of a movie theater. Biden took a special liking to Smith, a reform school student who was around 6 years his junior. Smith had a temper and a stutter and found it difficult to control either. But Biden had a solution. I used to get bullied for having a stutter, he recalled Biden telling him. You still are, buddy. Look into the mirror and practice talking. That's how I got rid of mine. Going on here, it says, it talks about the riots that happened in Wilmington after Martin Luther King Jr. was assassinated. And it says, months after the rioting quelled, the officers were still patrolling the black neighborhoods with guns. Residents were forced to adhere to curfew. For Biden, it was yet another example of the unfair treatment of black residents that he learned about at the pool. And unlike the protests in the South, this situation was happening right in front of him. Biden has at times faced criticism for exaggerating his involvement in the civil rights movement. During his first presidential run, he told voters that he was one of those guys that sat in and marched and all that stuff. Facing pointed questions about those statements a few months later, he then pulled back. During the riots, he had chosen a different way to get involved. Fresh out of Syracuse University College of Law, Biden tried to help by working as a public defender. He quit after about a year. The part-time job wasn't very lucrative, and according to at least one of his old clients, Biden wasn't very successful. Nice guy, but he couldn't convince a judge, recalled Errol Mad Dog Larkin, 73 in a phone interview with the Washington Post. Larkin ended up serving 5 years on a robbery conviction. The jail had a lot of people who had him as their lawyer. Then after being a public defender, he tried to become a politician, and he went to Mouse for some advice about how to reach out to the black community. So it says here, Mouse, you working? Biden asked Smith one day. Biden wanted to campaign in the projects and asked Smith to be his bodyguard. Smith saw his role, though, as more of an ambassador. He coached Biden on how to make a good impression. If you sit on a couch and a spring digs into your butt, don't move, Smith said, he told him. If a roach climbs on your shirt sleeves, keep talking. If a mouse comes over your feet,
absolutely insane.
don't move.
That is absolutely insane. Poor people don't sit around with roaches crawling all over them and just not respond. That is the most insane fucking thing I have ever heard. I have a feeling that any support that Joe Biden ever got from black voters had to do with the fact that, like, dude, this guy was just covered in rats and roaches. He was a stone cold killer. I want him fighting for me.
If a large spider crawls across your face while you're talking, don't register any reaction. Just keep talking.
That is fucking insane.
If it crawls in your mouth, just hold your mouth open so that it can just sit there and just be silent. People will respect you.
I will say, I think, like, it's pretty clear that Joe Biden, particularly locally, has black supporters. And I think Joe Biden has black friends. I think Joe Biden really doesn't offend people when he talks to them in person. He's just like a political moron and has, like, bad politics. So, like, this idea that absolutely everything is a lie isn't even that useful. Like, there are plenty of people who have black friends who are morons. It doesn't make you smart to have a few black friends.
I just think what we're seeing with Biden and this stuff, I think it's just I don't know, like a general or generational gap that, like, people over the age of 50 just relate and find all of this stuff very charming. And if you're, like, under 40, it makes absolutely no sense to you, or it just seems bizarre and, like.
Yeah, I mean, it's multiple generational gaps.
Yeah.
Too. Like, people in their 70s, yeah, they like Joe Biden. He was probably literally way less racist than every other white person that they were around.
Last bit of advice that Mouse gives him is if you get offered Kool-Aid in an old mayonnaise jar, drink it. Which is, like, not that weird. A lot of people use jars for glasses, but it would be odd if there was old mayonnaise still in the jar, though. That would be pretty gross. I wouldn't drink that.
Nah, you have to serve Kool-Aid similar to the philosophy you use with a cast iron skillet.
You have to season the mayonnaise jar.
Yeah.
They get passed down.
Exactly.
In the story, though, Biden showed a moderation that his opponents and some of his supporters did not expect after he campaigned on a civil rights agenda. Biden told the reporter he would not be a, quote, crusading rabbit who would make excuses for African Americans because of systemic racism. He used two hypothetical examples to make his case. I have some friends on the far left, and they can justify to me the murder of a white deaf mute for a nickel by 5 colored guys, he told the Wilmington News Journal in 1970.
I like every word in that sentence. A white deaf mute for a nickel by coloreds. That's great.
So his far left wing friends would say of this deaf mute murderer, they would say the black men had been oppressed and so on. But they can't justify some Alabama farmers tar and feathering an old colored woman. I suspect the ACLU would leap to defend the 5 black guys, but no one would go down to defend the rednecks. They are both products of an environment. The truth is somewhere between the two poles. He spent more than 30 years in the Senate trying to find the in-between.
Just like Dave Matthews.
So he goes on here to talk about busing, and he says, the concept of busing is a rejection of the whole movement of black pride, Biden said in a 1975 NPR interview recently unearthed by the Washington Examiner, a rejection of the entire black awareness concept that black is beautiful and black culture should be studied, and the cultural awareness of the importance of their own identity, their own individuality. And I think that's a healthy, solid proposal.
I will absolutely say that he is acting in accordance with every sort of liberal think tank that has existed since the Ford Foundation. There's a really good book called Top Down about how the Ford Foundation did this amazing bait and switch when people were like, oh, well, black people, particularly urban black people, are incredibly deprived. What if we told them that actually you have community control? It's not that we're not giving you the same resources as everyone else. It's that you're in charge of your own thing. And they sold that entire, like, bullshit proposition to tons of sort of aspiring PMC, like, black self-appointed leadership class. And it resulted in increased segregation. Like, what he's talking about is bullshit, but it is literally the bullshit that has carried on since, like, sort of Ford Foundation liberalism said that, like, oh, no, we don't need to integrate. They can do their own thing.
What was like? Where did the Ford Foundation come from? What was their deal?
Henry Ford.
Henry Ford.
Yeah.
Okay. This is
The Fords, those guys, the car people.
They were, I think, until.
But how did they become like a?
Bezos.
But like Henry Ford was like a a fascist and a fanatical right winger. How did they become the the PMC liberal touchy feely think tank?
We should, by the way, I can talk to you all day about that. We should do a whole episode on the Ford Foundation.
Okay.
Because they are essentially like the NGOs, like the post kind of 1900s NGOs, have done at least as much to influence the trajectory of this country as like any one wing of government. It's been entirely massive. I mean, like, they did everything from sort of establishing, things like women's studies and African American studies departments in universities, so long as they could stack the deck with anti-communists.
Deep dive into the Ford Foundation, TK.
Yeah. Anyway, what he's talking about is 100% in line with liberalism.
It's not just like he's spitting it out of his brain. Like he's speaking from a certain.
He can't remember who he's referencing, but he's definitely referencing like a party line of kind of bourgeois liberal reformers.
Finishing up the Joe Biden article, it says here, he pulled his car in front of an old friend's house and began to gingerly walk up the stairs. He rang the bell and Dennis Williams, 66, came to the door. Back in the pool days, Williams often got into fights after being made fun of because of his light complexion. They called him the Puerto Rican. Mouse, how you doing? Williams said. I'm just thinking about Joe, Smith said. Oh man, you remember that day Joe kicked me out of the pool? That led to the familiar swapping of old stories of pranking Joe, being disciplined by Joe, of fights and gangs and all that teenage bravado. The guy they called Corn Pop grew up to be a security guard and recently died. Pritchett, who shared the lifeguard shift with Biden, became a state principal of the year. Smith became a union president and is a former head of the state NAACP. Williams became a detective, a Wilmington mayor, and a state representative.
Animal house, house, animal house.
Maybe in today's climate, Biden's typical folksy anecdotes about life at the pool might not be enough to persuade voters. After the debate, Smith sent texts to everyone he knew on Biden's campaign. The candidate needed to better speak to the language on race, he told them. Please tell Joe to read The Souls of Black Folk by W.E.B. Du Bois, or Where Do We Go From Here by Martin Luther King, said one text that Smith read to William. Do not let my friend go out there unprepared, read another. Don't worry, he'll be fine, Williams assured. It will all blow over.
He will not be fine.
He and Kamala will hug it out. We have to protect him, Smith said, because that's what we do. You know he was the best man at my wedding? Do you know he helped me with my stutter? Do you know? Do you know?
Do you see? Here I am with Corn Pop at the pool. Do you see? Me and Corn Pop changing. Do you see? Corn Pop changed. Do you see?
That really brought me down. That really depressed me, that end, because it's like, I feel like Joe Biden is I've never really considered this angle. Someone who is politically corrupt, but in their lives has, like, pre-senility, of course, maybe even post-senility, has an incredible charm and affect on people. And someone has to not only see them go out there and just be a complete corrupt shit as a politician, but, like, as a person feels like they know their heart. And then after decades of doing that, after, 3 failed presidential campaigns. It's finally supposed to be his time. And he just goes out there and everyone sees the rotten side of his heart. And everyone sees his decaying, rotting shit brain. Like, someone like Rahm Emanuel, I don't think there are any stories of people who've been charmed by him or have had or have had like real human moments with them, because no matter what.
Rahm Emanuel has no friends. Joe Biden 100% has actual authentic friendships.
And it's just, this is sort of sad for literally everyone, because I do believe there's like a part of Joe Biden's soul that's good. I really do. Like, you can't deny like his real connection with people that he had at one time in his life, and I think you can deny that for a lot of people.
Yeah, I think that's why he's a successful politician. Like, people always talk about, the way he talks to people on the campaign trail and does the Bill Clinton thing of, feeling their pain and things like that.
Yeah, well, it's certainly not his wit, intelligence, or articulate nature.
Yeah.
Like, he does, like, kind of radiate a human thing. And what I've said before is, like, look, if, like, Joe Biden were my next-door neighbor, I bet he would throw, like, good barbecues and, like, like, shovel my walk or whatever. He just shouldn't be in charge of absolutely anything.
But, like, that sense...
absolutely not.
That sense that he'd be a good neighbor and would have a good 4th of July party and shovel your walk, I really think for, like, a large chunk of the electorate, like, that's what they're looking for in a politician.
That's all they can hope for.
Yeah.
No, it's the ultimate in making you feel normal again, isn't it?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Look, this person is human. This person is recognizably human to me. He's more recognizably human than Hillary Clinton.
Certainly.
Oh, that's true.
Yeah, he's one of the most recognizably human people on that stage, which is what makes his lifetime of fucking dog shit policies like so tragic.
Honestly, his senility is humanizing.
Yeah, we know that he's not doing adrenochrome sacrifices to retain his youth. We know that for sure.
Let's kick things off right now talking a little Crazy Joe's Folly. And this is Crazy Joe's Folly, direct from the mind of Felix Biederman.
Just imagine Dixieland Jazz playing.
Let's just play this clip from a tense exchange in New Hampton, Iowa.
It's not really tense. Joe absolutely owns this guy.
I got a question I want you to answer. We all know Trump.
Well, this old fuck talks forever. Oh my God.
Yeah, because he's a gifted kid. That's why he's a Warren supporter. Warren is ID politics for gifted kids.
Go back what we do. But you, on the other hand, that's your son. Get a job and work for a gas company.
This guy's older than Biden.
Yeah, he's somehow older and more checked out than Biden.
Yeah.
In order to get access to
And shouldn't you be supporting Jim Webb, man? Why are you a Warren supporter?
You're a damn liar, man. That's not true. And no one has ever said that. No one has proved that. No. You see it on the TV. No, I know you do. And by the way, that's why I'm not sedentary. I get up and no, let him go. Let him go. Look, the reason I'm running is because I've been around a long time and I know more than most people know. And I can get things done. That's why I'm running. And you want to check my shape on, let's do push-ups together here, man. Let's run. Let's do whatever you want to do. Let's take 9 pizza. Number two, no one has said my son has done anything wrong, and I did not on any occasion. And no one has ever said it. Not
I
one.
didn't say you were doing anything wrong.
You said I set up my son to work in an oil company. Isn't that what you said? Get your words straight, Jack.
This is fucking alpha.
You're on MSNBC.
You don't hear that on MSNBC. You did not hear that at all. What you heard, look, okay, I'm not going to get in an argument with you, man.
Well, I don't want to.
Well, yeah, you do, but look, look, here's the deal. Here's the deal.
You don't have any more backbone than Trump did 4 years ago.
Any other questions?
Cut his mic off. Okay, so as you'll see in that clip, just some pathetic worm tries to call out Joe on being
Hunter.
Joe
Absolute
and
beta
Hunter.
boy, just a soy cuck.
Yeah, beta boy outclassed by alpha male is what that clip should be called.
Yeah.
Because I mean, like this clip, it's hilarious when Joe Biden challenges him to once again challenges another elderly man to do push-ups with him, and then also says literally he says, "Look, Jack," and then later he screws up and says, "Look, fat."
Yeah.
And
He
the
also
guy
can't hear it over the overwhelming din of the audience approving. He also challenged him to do an IQ test.
Joe Biden would smash this guy in an IQ test because, okay, what you're seeing there, these Warren supporters are keyboard warriors. They can't stand up to anyone unless they're going, all right, y'all, thread. This guy, I don't really see his face, but going by his voice, I'm going to assume he's 137 years old. He's on Twitter, like his Avi is like Rihanna or some shit, and he's like, every day, like thread. He's very confident on there. But in the real world, where alphas like Joe Biden triumph and keep pools safe, he just falls apart.
I mean, I think this clip does kind of express why Biden is, by polls the most popular candidate. I mean, this is what people.
He's got alpha strength.
I think look for is that it's not so much that he makes sense or his record is good at all. It's just they want another old guy to stand up to the battle.
Exactly, because they have decided that if Trump won, it's because that's what people want. So we need a Democrat version of Trump who could be just as loud and old and erratic and volatile as him.
And also, just call someone like, shut up, fatty.
Yeah.
Shut up, fatty.
Yeah,
We
exactly.
let you talk.
Yeah.
Shut up, dum dum.
They want somebody who could like just steamroll this dude with just alpha, insane old man energy. And nobody else has that except, of course, for Bernie, which is why Bernie is the second choice of many Biden supporters, and why a lot of them will fall to him when Bernie starts winning the early primary.
I mean, I feel Felix, you've assumed that this cardigan wearing sop is a Warren supporter, which is not too far of a stretch. But again, if he wasn't a beta, he would have taken Joe Biden up immediately on the push-up competition and made him do it
exactly
in front of everyone in those cameras.
Fuck it, let's bust out an IQ test. Let's go on Quora and do contests.
So I mean, like I
think
think though with Biden though, like I think Biden probably could bust out some good push-ups. He does. He still looks pretty spry.
Yeah, Jack Palance at the Oscar style.
I mean, yeah, like aside from when his eye isn't shooting blood,
his eye isn't blood red.
He looks pretty good.
That's just cosmetic.
Here though, if you're looking to catch Crazy Joe's folly out, get him to draw a clock on a piece of paper and fill in, just get him to draw 6:30 on a clock.
Yeah.
And see what happens.
Yeah. Just recite the months of the year backwards. Give that one a try, Joe.
I love it when people ask him okay, what is your experience? What are you going to put into practice with your experience? And he's just like, you got 100 people and they're giving you 99 directions and you got 80 people going left, 120 going right. And I'm going up. I'm going up. And for my experiment of what I've done, I'm the only guy who's going to go on there in reference to what we have in the Oval Office right now and in expedience to going forward, man.
Right
and
on,
it's
brother.
Whatever you just said, sir.
So that was that's a clip of Biden that I think we can take credit for, Felix specifically.
Yeah, another thing we conjured into existence.
Just chalk that up. Update the Lathe of Heaven spreadsheet for what we've done so far. Let's keep it happening though.
Can I just add something at the end of this Biden segment? I have to say, at the beginning of this season, I was a little wary of Biden's prominence it's for the show. Because I was like, he's been around for a while. He's kind of boring. He doesn't have that many eccentricities to him. He's straight over home plate. What are we going to really do with him on the show? I have just been delighted with the rich font of material that Biden
Corn
has.
Pop.
Yes.
Come on, man.
The silken hairy legs.
Come on, man.
Yes.
Yeah, come on, man. You can't take Jack Frost and take him to Home Depot. What, dude?
Threatening to beat up Donald Trump.
If you had
multiple times.
Yeah, if you had in January 1st, 2019 said, give me a Joe Biden impression, I'd be like, I don't know. He's got nothing. He's got nothing there. At this point, it is so good
Let's not
and
forget
so
the
full.
extra bonus. The sick part of me that really thought that Trump being the winner would made the most sense for where the country was. He was a reflection of us more than Hillary's absolute fake, repressed milieu. I honestly feel like we as a country have come to the point where we have subconsciously demanding and deserve a Biden-Trump debate.
Yes.
Just two absolutely checked out maniacs competing to be the president of the most powerful country in the world, and they're just doing dueling Grandpa Simpson monologues to a nation of rapt attention where half the people watching think one of the jabbering old demented men sounds like a genius, and the other one thinking the other one does.
Yeah, and no vice president debate, by the way, because no one wants to see it. No one wants to see,
no one wants to see Pence?
Like Pence versus Stacey Abrams
Oh,
or whatever.
God.
That's
Or Kamala.
Yeah,
Ugh.
crap. They want to see the Suns debate.
Yes.
Yes. Yes.
Replace the VP debate with a Suns debate.
Eric and Don can go, like, they can be one team.
They
and
can
just
tag
jump-
up.
They can tag up.
Yeah, two on one.
tag team
Hunter
against
don't
Hunter.
care. He's still got an arm behind his back against
he
those
would
two just
destroy
losers.
them. He would make them cry.
Oh, yeah. No, they would be weeping by the end of it.
Because they couldn't last a minute in Hunter's world. Legitimately.
Do you think it's like, oh, you triggered? You triggered?
No,
I've
like-
sucked dick for crack, dude. You think you have what it takes to trigger
No,
me?
Eric and Don can trade off. They will each enter at full health, but right before Hunter gets on stage, he just fires up a rock, and you can just tell that his health bar just goes into a different color. So you just have to deplete all of that before you can even do hit damage on him.
Yeah. He's literally, his every stat, 99999. He's like, think about like hunters up there, like Eric and Don are like, we go hunting. Do guns trigger you? And he's like, no, I literally got one like put in my mouth, and then I like kept buying crack. What's up, pussy? Like,
That's so
it's true. It's literally
oh, God,
true.
this is so true.
Like Eric and Don, like, well, you can't even like ask a girl out anymore without filling out a legal form because of this. And he's just like, I have like 12 illegitimate kids, dog. Like,
I stay fucking.
Yeah, dude, like I have
not had that problem, dude. That might be on you, dude.
Yeah.
Maybe you can't fucking talk to a girl.
I'm engaged to two of the makeup girls from this channel right now.
I have six different women's names tattooed on my body.
Yeah.
I have converted to 3 religions in the past 2 months.
I have the Hebrew and Chinese characteristics for strength tattooed on my back.
God
Suns
damn
debate.
it.
The Suns debate would be like the biggest, like that would change the country, because I feel like America, like there's a part of America that thinks it's Trump, where it's just like subconsciously like, yeah, I'm a piece of shit, but I say what I mean.
Right.
But there's also a part of America that's Hunter, where it's just like, yeah, we don't have any like real moral education anymore. Like no one told, like a lot of people just don't know what it means to be a good person, but they want to be.
That is, you said that the other week, and I was thinking about how fucking true that is with Hunter. It's like he has to drive towards being a good person, but he's never seen an example of it because he's grown up amongst just disgusting DC worms.
Yeah.
The people with no character or morals, like growing up a fucking mob kid or something.
Yeah.
But he wants to be good. He's like Michael Corleone. They keep pulling him back in.
Like Eric and Don, Don Jr. got smacked in the face by his dad for not wearing a suit to a Yankee game.
Yeah.
Hunter got kicked out of the Navy for doing blow.
Yeah.
I mean, yes, Trump is like a perfect avatar of like American id.
Yeah.
So is Hunter though, but it could be like the good, like it could be like a Danny McBride.
Yeah,
universe.
it's like the people. It's like Trump nihilistic. The Trump ethos is just nihilistically embracing excess, out of a positive desire to see cruelty done. With Hunter, it's a coping mechanism to deal with the yawning emptiness he feels, the lack of a sense of purpose, and because he doesn't know what that looks like, so he fills it with drugs and sex.
It's like I
mean, you could do worse.
You meet like you,
but it's like it's out of need. Like Trump does it. Like Trump only harasses women and rapes them and has sex with them because he thinks that's what you're supposed to do, and because it's a power show. Like he has no actual desires for anything. It's just pure cruelty.
Yeah, Hunter, like you meet like a lot of Americans who like they're not like their lives aren't as dramatic as Hunter, but it's like the same idea. They're just bouncing from thing to thing. They're like, one week they're like, yeah, I'm a Buddhist now. Another week they just bounce from belief system to way
Wanting
of life.
to join the military is a big part of it.
Yeah.
Like that's searching.
You meet people who like into their 30s.
Pat
they're just going
Tillman.
they're going from phase to phase to phase. But it's like you can tell there's like an actually very good intent in there, but they just don't know.
Yeah.
They don't know how to find any purpose. They don't know how to actually like really help anyone in a lasting way. But it's like, it's heartbreaking. It's heartbreaking because I think there are like millions of people like that in the country, and it's I don't know, it's an unstated phenomenon in a directionless country.
I honestly feel like you can read between the lines in a lot of the Hunter profiles, and this might just be me, getting too literary with it, but I honestly feel like his whole descent to the bottom, his life of just nihilistic excess, it really got triggered by when he started to have to work in Washington.
Yeah.
Like, this is my job. Like, he has quotes where he's like, yeah, I'm here because of my dad, but, I got to provide for my family. And he's very explicit about saying, I know that all of these jobs are just influence peddling. I know they don't do anything good for anyone. I know that I'm not doing good. Like, a lot of these people in D.C., especially the kids, convince themselves that they're actually positively contributing to society.
Ivanka thinks she's helping women.
Yes, she does. She thinks she's saving women. Fucking Wyatt Koch thinks that he's bringing, a new design style to the boardroom and the discotheque. And he thinks that that's valuable. Hunter is purely disillusioned, but this is a fraud. But it's the only thing I know. I don't have talents anywhere else. I don't have the discipline to pursue something else. So fuck it. Fuck it.
Yeah, yeah. And it is like, I know, like, he doesn't have the worst plight in America. He's been very fortunate in life. But it is like...
And insulated from the real cost of a lot of his...
He's been insulated by consequences far more than literally pretty much any other American who would go through
everyone should be insulated from those consequences.
Right. And it is I do think you can extrapolate it to a larger phenomenon of American directionlessness.
Yeah.
And a lack of a for lack of a better term, moral education. And
examples.
People live their entire lives just not knowing how to glean any meaning from what they do, but just trying their hardest. It's fucking heartbreaking. If you're listening, you know at least fucking 3 people like this.
What Sniper is willing to bring out. Would he be going for something that is maybe something that can kind of answer power with power? Try to go something aggressive in the top lane. There are some really spicy counter picks for it. Things that people used to play, like Kled into it, is considered a pretty good matchup. But it is going to be Aatrox, so it is going to be one of those more standard picks that you were expecting, Raz.
Yeah.
And so C9 definitely should be expecting it as well. And we'll just have to see, because in my experience in this kind of a matchup, it's very much about, can the Aatrox kind of keep the Olaf poked down to the point where the Olaf can't actually attempt an all-in? Or, can the Olaf find these windows where you are high health, where you can look for those kind of 100-0 plays? Because I do think it can really go heavily in your favor. You're going to be immune to the WCC. You're going to be immune to the Q knockups as well. And if you're actually just full health to dead, brawling with this guy, I think Olaf should be able to take him down.
That's why if I'm 100 Thieves, you have to think about playing towards bot lane a little bit more, because Varus and Melio, I think, makes a lot of sense if you want to start scrapping. It's going to be Vulcan's Bard, so a lot weaker of a laning phase. So if you can set up for a dive, that's where my eyes go. Because I think if you look for a 2v2 top lane with both Sejuani and Olaf, you are going to die. I think it's going to be hard. So for Cloud9, to me, it makes it easier for them to actually want to start looking for grubs and perhaps actually focusing on trying to dive Sniper a little bit more. So going to see how that goes for 100 Thieves to try and play around it.
Yeah, it's really interesting because with the Bard, as you say, it is a weaker laning phase, but at the same time, if they can just cover Berserker on these stacked waves, cover any sort of dive timings, he can get out on the map and be really, really active because they really want to scrap on the rest of the map. The top side 4C9, I think, is really good at fighting as soon as they get those ultimates online. And if Vulcan can get it on the map and be a part of that, it could be really effective for them.
So who do you guys think got the edge in the draft now that everything's said and done? We got all 10 champions locked in. Like, you may be named Sniper, but I think C9 got the headshot with the Olaf pick. I'm a big fan of it, so I like the draft. I think it's a big thumbs up. It really depends on, as you mentioned, if Cloud9 can cover the dive opportunities. I think Blabber was slow in the 3-minute dive last game. I think that's certainly something you review going into this game.
Nothing happening at level 1. Okay. I was kind of hoping maybe we could get some death ball, maybe we can get some craziness. Sejuani with a bunch of melee buddies, but not quite. Looks like we're just going to make sure that nobody's doing any late invades here. Sniper and Fudge staring each other down in the top side as everybody else just positions around where you would normally expect to see those early wards dropped on Raptor camps, and sure enough, there it is.
Yeah, and I think if I'm afraid of either team going for a level 1, it would be C9. Not only do you have Sejuani stun, you have Olaf Q's. That's the only thing I'd be worried. I think Fudge wants to go for an early ward to at least get vision on where River is starting.
I think something that's going to be really interesting for this game is, how these junglers play around their mid laners. Both of these guys, do like to play pretty heavily with their mid laners. They're strong players in that duo. It's one of the reasons that Cloud9 wanted to get JoJo was to be able to have this really strong mid laner to play around, and it kind of is a focus for them. And River has also been very heavily focusing in a lot of the successful games on playing around Quid. You can also see that Vulcan there did a W start, so that's why JoJo went for that early trade there. It was what looked like a losing trade, but there was 2 Ws there stacked up for him, and you saw Fudge just pick up another one as well. So it's about a full potion's worth of health that JoJo just gained for free. Yeah. Because Vulcan is starting W level 1. It, of course, means on bot side, you're not going to be trading at all level 1. You're just going to accept the fact that you're going to be pushed in. You're going to be kind of sitting back. But those health shrines are actually very, very powerful for your solo laners.
Yeah, it's insane. Honestly, if you're ever part of those scrims where sports like, all right, who wants the Cocos? Because it just makes it so you can win your lane that much harder. So you don't want to make it a debate.
Quid and JoJo, neither one of them afraid of getting scrappy here early on level 2. Both of them popping those potions down to only a couple hundred HP. But you can see Blabber coming around, moving into his top side jungle there as the ward placed down by River earlier on expires.
And as Azael said earlier, something that we do have to focus on is mid. Blabber gets caught in the ward. Great timing from Quid as he's pushing the lane out. That's my biggest fear, as Akali is just going to be a demon with Sejuani if she can hold the wave at her turret, but as long as Quid can get the shove in, that's great. The opposing jungle proximity for both of these mid laners have just been through the roof, so that's something that both Blabber and River will have in mind. If if Vulcan has moved, then that's going to be really worrying for Quid.
Well, it's also one of the things I think is really interesting about us being on live patch is that you have to relearn some of these matchups. How many times did JoJo play Akali versus Taliyah since the Taliyah buffs came through, right? Like how many times have you actually been in this specific matchup? Because Taliyah both got the cooldown off the E and higher damage on the Q, and JoJo getting very low here. Yeah. He'll be able to hop away. But it gives Taliyah more push in these lanes, so you have to kind of readjust to how you play them. And so it's one of these things that it makes playing solo queue really important. It makes the scrims in the weeks leading up to these new patches very, very important for these teams, because you've got to be on point with your practice. Make sure you're getting the most possible out of these games.
Especially if you are a team that's struggling early, which C9 has been. The fact that they've been on a 4-game losing streak obviously ended up taking a win their last game. But if you're both juggling, trying to work on your fundamentals and synergistic points, like if you're trying to work as a team better, but at the same time, there's been a huge patch that's dropped and you have to work on different picks that you're not really confident on. There's a lot that can come into play here, so it's nice to see C9 kind of starting to get some rhythm back, but it must have been a difficult scrim week.
Yeah, I mean, they're definitely trying to get that rhythm back, right? This is their first round robin results. They did go 3-4, not kind of the result that was expected at all. And I think it was made even more weird by the fact that they were killing teams in the first couple games, right? They came out and everyone's like, yep, this is what we expected. They look insane. They won every lane and they killed you in a team fight, and then the game ended, right?
Yep.
But they followed that up by one loss. We were saying, well, this first loss was against Shopify, and there was a bad dive bot, but that's not going to happen again.
Right.
And then it started to be another loss and another loss, and you're like, okay, well, what is actually wrong with this team? What is going on? And it puts a lot of pressure on these players and on this squad to try to fix things very, very quickly, because this split is going to go by fast. It is only 6 weeks of play.
Yeah, we are currently finishing up week 4, so we're already over halfway done. Cloud9's got to make sure they get it together. You can see the top lane is kind of the story that we were expecting to be told up there, as Sniper keeps the pressure on, tries to control the wave, make sure that Fudge never gets that confidence, that point of strength where he can try to go for an all-in, especially as both of them approach level 6. Speaking of level 6, is available for both of our mid laners, and we know how deadly both of these champions can be if they get unlocked and start rotating around the map.
Yeah, but generally it's been a quiet game. Both Drake has been up and Grubs have been up, but overall neither team has been comfortable with going for an early dragon. Not only has Meech and Ayla been having push, but also Jojo Pyun has been supported with another pair of Cocos so he can actually continue to scrap the lane. So he's getting reinforcement.
He is hydrated.
Exactly. Quid is looking bot lane. How is he getting these moves?
Yep. And as much as we've been talking about Cloud9, you also have to talk about the other side of it too, which is 100 Thieves and the expectations versus reality. Because not only is Cloud9 doing much worse than expected, 100 Thieves is doing massively better than expected. They have been looking so good. You know, when we talk about the power rankings for these teams, it was mostly 100 Thieves, you know, down near the bottom. That was kind of where people were expecting them to be, but we'll see if a fight is going to break out here. 100 Thieves looking like they're just going to accept the leash on the Dragon.
Yeah, C9 had started up the grubs. Blabber took 2, left the last one in the pit because they wanted to rotate down. That tells me that C9 is fully confident in taking a fight in this bottom side river if you're willing to just surrender 1/3 of that first group of grubs, but no, instead 100 Thieves are just willing to say, no, we're not doing this right now. It's not the play. Vulcan and Berserker, again, just going to be shoved back underneath the turret here. Honestly, Berserker doing a fine job dealing with the early lane pressure from the Varus.
You said 1/3 of the group of grubs. Are they like a collective? Is
Yeah.
Is this like one is an arm?
What is
and
the
two are
plural
the
of...
legs?
What do they call a group
They're
of
not
grubs?
they're not
I
individual
wonder what it is.
grubs.
Yeah, is it like a pod of
Is it a
grubs?
grub of grubs?
A school of grubs? I don't know. What is the plural of grub? I don't know. We'll figure that out.
A goop of grubs?
We gotta...
These are the questions. You know?
Well, there's only one still standing. He's got no buddies left.
He's not an individual.
No, he's just part of
a very damaged
greater group of
Obviously, like it's very hip to be down on America. I mean, it's hip to be down on America all the time, but especially now because, you know, our president is like a senile reality TV show host,
epic
who's,
waffle,
you know,
okay?
whose mind is literally melting on TV as we, you know,
parenthetic,
as we ransom children in
Did you
cages.
did you see the thing he said at the Montana rally?
The Elton John thing.
It was so cool.
That is a brain dying in the most powerful man in America with the ability to hypothetically launch a nuclear war at any moment. Just his brain leaking out of his ears in front of thousands of hooting swine who, how alarming is it that none of them were worried? It's like, oh, is he okay? Does he smell toast? Do we need to get him to a hospital? They're just like, yeah, Elton John, fuck you.
People have said that I have had the most wonderful stroke of all time.
That
no one's brain is completely turned to spoiled to spoiled applesauce in the way that mine has.
folks, the clots in my blood vessels, they're huge. They're the biggest. They're phenomenal.
I have a blood clot the size of a salami disc in my wrist. It's actually bigger than my wrist. Look, it juts out. It looks like the planet Saturn.
That the Trump comments on using his brain as an organ and being better than Elton John because he uses his mouth.
I don't
to
need
make
an organ.
words.
Sometimes you just need your mouth. and a brain.
No, that Elton
That's the logical conclusion to the tweet where someone's like, your dad gave his great brain, damn, and he's like, it's called genes.
That was very funny.
Yeah, that's the logic. I'm an artist. My instrument is giving brain. My key instrument is my mouth.
I wish I could be less of a
They
fucking...
called me Superhead, okay? They took that name from me. I blew Jay-Z.
I wish I could be less of a pedant because every time he says that, I can't stop thinking, yes, your brain's dying and we're at your mercy and you're the fucking Crimson King from Stephen King's Dark Tower series. But the big difference between you and Elton John is that those people paid money. And that's the free ticket to go and watch the fucking orange wet president holler.
I was gonna say his Elton John comments and like that whole string of dialogue was basically the Trump version of the film Jacob's Ladder.
Yes.
It's just like it's all the things that are going on in this weird phantasmagoria that's just happening as your brain dies.
Yep. Everyone's got fucking lizard tails.
Yeah, as just like the oxygen leaves its last cell.
Yep.
Trump is the only guy to, like, concurrent with our own reality, be the Angels in America version of himself.
And then he's gonna, after this reality, this projection is gonna finally flicker away, and he's gonna find himself back in like the toilet at Studio 54 in 1982, dying of a heart attack, and that's all just a projection of his
He's always
mind.
the president.
And he's shitting and dying while cocaine is like around both of his nostrils like a powdered donut. That's gonna happen. Folks.
For the record, here is the full Trump statement from his Montana rally about Elton John. I have broken more Elton John records. He seems to have a lot of records. And I, by the way, I don't have a musical instrument. That's like the opening salvo.
Starting off strong.
I have broken more Elton John records. What is he talking about? Like
He's talking about attendance at these venues.
Oh, okay.
And he's, by the way, he's probably obviously lying, or he doesn't know.
Oh, and it's free to go
Yeah,
as well.
exactly, it's
So he
free.
goes, and I, by the way, I don't have a musical instrument. I don't have a guitar or an organ. No organ. Elton has an organ, and lots of other people helping. No, we've broken a lot of records. We've broken virtually every record because look, I only need this space. They need much more room. For basketball, for hockey, and all other sports, they need a lot of room. We don't need it. We have people in that space. So we break all of these records. Really, we do it without, like, the musical instruments. This is the only musical, the mouth. And hopefully the brain attached to the mouth, right? The brain. More important than the mouth is the brain. The brain is much more important.
The brain is the life. The brain is the life.
I am the Duke of New York. I am a number one. So, but anyway, bottom line here, it's always been fashionable to, shit on America, but it's never been more fashionable because there literally is nothing to be proud of.
Mhm.
I mean, what is wrong with you? Look at this fucking country. Look at the people who live here.
It's a
look
shit
at our
hell.
leaders. Look at our government.
Everyone, the
Look at-
citizens,
yeah,
it's shit all the way down. Just a vile pig people. We're a pig race. The Americans are a pig.
Let's just get into this. This is called Generation Pickleball.
Ugh.
Welcome to Florida's political Tomorrowland. This is a profile of a gigantic gated retirement community just outside of Orlando called The Villages. That honestly should just be called The Village because it's like that spooky movie, and there's a twist ending. The twist ending being that they're actually living in the modern world. That's just as true for this segment of the population.
Oh, come on.
Did I just spoil that movie for you, Virgil?
He's dead the whole time, by the way, in Sixth Sense.
Okay, so there is some amazing color in this story, and it's also again
White, predominantly.
well, I mean, it's also incredible. It's incredibly telling about the mindset of the Trump voter. Like we said, how can you hear audio of kids screaming and being separated from their parents and be like, good, more of that, yes, please. The answer lies in this article. So I'm just going to begin here. The Villages is America's largest retirement community. A carefully planned, meticulously groomed dreamscape of gated subdivisions, wall-to-wall golf courses, adults-only pools, and old-fashioned town squares. It's advertised as Florida's friendliest hometown, and it's supposed to evoke a bygone era of traditional values when Americans knew their neighbors, respected their elders, and followed the rules. It has the highest concentration of military veterans of any metropolitan area without a military base. It has strict regulations enforcing the uniformity of homes, as well as the people living in them. No families with children except to visit. And it is Trump country, a reliably Republican, vocally patriotic, almost entirely white enclave that gave the president nearly 70% of the vote.
Calling it a metropolitan area is kind of loose because it is just a giant sprawling suburb, but it has been growing nearly exponentially. In 2010, it was like 60,000 or so people living there. Now it's well over 100,000. It's nearly tripled in size since then.
It says here, older voters are America's most reliable voters, which is why baby boomer boom towns like the Villages represent the most significant threat to a potential Democratic wave in Florida in 2018, and the most significant source of Republican optimism for many years to come. Here's where it gets to the nub of it. Trump supporters who get the most media attention tend to be economically anxious laborers in economically depressed factory towns. But in Florida, economically secure retirement meccas like the Villages are the real reason Trump won in 2016, and why the state's Republicans, who have controlled Tallahassee for 2 decades, think they can avoid a blue wave in 2018. It makes sense that they're coming to the Villages because this leisure-class Sunbelt oasis is a lot more pleasant than the dying working-class Rust Belt towns that journalists usually visit on Trump voter safaris. It feels like a 40-square-mile cruise ship or a college campus without required classes. It has enough golf courses to play a different one every week of the year, and more than 100 miles of golf cart trails that keep traffic congestion to a minimum.
It's like back to school if everyone was Rodney Dangerfield.
It isn't exactly luxurious, but it's comfortable with a median home price above $250,000. So again, keep that in mind there. These are people who have wealth. They own homes. They golf every fucking day.
This is, this is like if an ancient description of paradise was made by the people who make those memes, like how to get respect from me. 1, wear a belt with your pants. 2, this is
tuck your t-shirt in.
Yeah, there is no way that these people aren't doing child sacrifices to Jimmy Buffett songs. Like, this is the most horrifying thing we've had read in a while.
And it's worth pointing out, all of this is owned by one company.
Jesus.
The Shinra company.
Here's another telling detail. They talked to a guy, Larry Harmon, who's a former Chicago area stockbroker who runs one of their little investment clubs. He says, I keep telling people, come on, Trump has nothing to do with your portfolio. Harmon, a former Marine, is much more excited about Trump's crusade against the National Football League.
Holy, this fucking dumb hog.
Players taking a knee, that's bullshit, Harmon told me. I'm with the president 100%. Throw your hand over your heart and respect our flag. So it's getting
this guy should live in a kennel. Like, there is nothing that the world gain. I know I was just saying, like, we need a program before we can marginalize people, but now, like, hearing this guy, it's like, no, this guy should This guy should be naked and live in a kennel. This guy is just a fucking dullard. Like, the only reason he's voting is because Kaepernick kneeled. This guy is... you could just amuse him with, like, a Kong filled with peanut butter every day. This fucking idiot.
Oh, there's more. There's way more.
It gets so much better. But I like that was what he gets is, like, this guy is smart enough to know that, like, the fucking stock market doesn't really care who's fucking president.
Yeah.
He would be raking it in if Hillary Clinton was still president. But he loves Trump because he's willing to stand up to those goddamn NFL players.
All right, so when was it? This guy was probably in the Marines during, like, Grenada.
Yeah.
I didn't strain my MCL for you to kneel, you piece of shit.
So he goes, it's not a coincidence that the Villages supports the nation's largest American Legion post, or that the signs on its bar declared no NFL games on post televisions.
Oh my God.
So listen, Republicans outnumber Democrats by more than 2-1 here, and in interviews, they generally express support for Trump's tax cuts, as well as his hands-off approach to Medicare and Social Security. That has helped blunt the perennial Democratic pitch to seniors. Choose us because Republicans are coming for your checks. But what really attracted them to Trump were issues that had little to do with their pocketbooks or their daily lives, like his opposition to sanctuary cities, or his insistent rhetoric about strength, or his attacks on Muslims, MS-13, and protests by black athletes. They feel like Trump is on their side in a cultural war against cop haters, their perception of scheming foreigners, global warming alarmists, and other politically correct avatars of disorder and decline. They thought President Barack Obama was on the other side, standing with transgender activists, welfare freeloaders, and Islamic terrorists. When Trump vows to make America great again, they sense that he means more like the Villages.
Oh, let's hope so.
Yeah, these are the people you alienate by talking about bathrooms. And good, I want them to be alienated from the mainstream.
Yeah, these are, if, like, just tomorrow Trump, like, saw a Gangland episode that impressed him, and it's like, actually, we're bringing every member of MS-13 over. It could be double citizens, and they get 10 times, like, just for some reason, like, their lives wouldn't be affected. These people are more likely to be beaten to death with a golf club over, like, some weird mishap that started on kink.com than any gang shooting ever.
It really is like living in a village where there's law and order and people take care of each other, said Baxley, who owns 3 funeral homes in the Villages. Boom times for him.
Oh, my God.
Trump tapped into that sense that the rest of America isn't like that anymore, and some people don't have to follow the rules.
This is Jonestown for people who smashed Dixie Chicks records. That's what this is. Like, this is like a cult.
And again, is there a fact check out there or a civil, polite, reasoned argument that could reach these people? They're telling you point blank, I don't give a shit about the economy or any policy that might affect my life. I care that he's standing up to largely imaginary evil villains that lurk just outside the walls of my gated village.
I think it's important for people with, like, a certain political program to believe in the ability of people to change, but these fucking people have always been like this, and they will always be like this.
What's so monstrous to me, in addition to all of the myriad just disgusting exemplars of racism and hierarchy
is they think they're defending some city on a hill, and it's this. This is the culture that they're willing to kill the world for. They would
Pickleball.
They would see
It's pickleball.
They would see a million people stacked, like corpses stacked on the fucking Mexican border to protect what is essentially a giant open air TGI Fridays that's going to be underwater in 50 years anyway.
Yeah,
that is the fucking world that they're willing to just countenance any amount of bloodshed to maintain.
They want to do the Crusades for the entire world for the Billy Big Mouth Bass.
Here's some more good stuff. One recurring phrase from veterans at the Post was that they were 100% behind Trump, even though they might quibble with his tweets, his extramarital activities, or even his policies. Chet Sturgis, a 78-year-old
Oh my God.
a 78-year-old Navy veteran who served on an aircraft carrier during the Vietnam War, disagrees with Trump about trade and immigration. He spent time in Juarez as a manager for Ford, and he believes a border wall would hurt America as well as Mexico. But he said he still is 100% aboard the Trump train because the president respects the military, stands up for freedom, and calls out the right enemies. I love it when he says fake news, Sturgis says. I only watch Fox because they're the only media that tells the truth. Hannity especially.
You fucking clapping seal. You
I
fucking
love-
dumb shit.
I love what he said. What the president says his catchphrase. I also voted for Urkel in 1992.
The voting officials keep warning me I can't vote with Pogs, so I just ate them. I choked on them. I didn't get to vote in 2012 for this reason.
I just imagine thinking, you know, the one channel that I watch that I like and it has the shiny images and everyone's yelling and their faces are all red and they got big veins pop. They're telling me the truth. How would you know? I'm not comparing it to anything. Well, it sounds right. It sounds like what I think is happening, so it must be the one telling the truth.
You could wipe out about half of the worst part of the electorate, not like kill them, but just from the voting rolls by giving them a busy box and be like, here's what you vote on. You get as many votes as you like. And they'll be like,
Here's some more gems. We're proud to be deplorables. We're proud to have a president who gets things done and doesn't take any crap, said Louise Neasley.
Proud shithead.
A 69-year-old villager from Rock Hill, South Carolina. All Obama did was play golf. When I pointed out, listen. When I pointed out that Trump plays more golf than Obama did, she didn't miss a beat. Okay, but then he goes to work.
He may golf for 7 hours in a row, but when he's done, he gets in there and he watches extra.
I think David Roth made this point on Twitter, but like, I love all of the euphemisms journalists and reporters have to use now to say that Trump isn't lying. So they said Trump promulgated a falsehood today. Yeah. But even better than that is all the euphemisms that where they try to transcribe what their sources are telling them that doesn't make it sound like all he does is yell at TV all day. They're like, Trump met with his advisors after seeing a news item that disturbed him greatly and decided to reverse course.
Executive time, baby.
Yeah. He gets to work after smash cut to. You know, a lot of people say that people are unfair to Jennifer Lawrence, but actually you can tell she's a very nasty person.
Look, he watches more Fox and Friends by 7 a.m. than the rest of you do in your entire life.
Yeah, he has been on the phone with QVC late into the night.
Neasley and her boyfriend, 78-year-old former Marine Joe Campbell, believe Obama dragged America into a virtual state of anarchy.
Yep, absolutely.
Even though crime rates have been dropping for decades, they carry 380 Berettas when they leave the villages in case they encounter carjackers. Damn right.
Hover around checkers.
A hover around with a 50 cal on the front.
The warthog from Halo, but it's like bumper sticker on the back. My son dropped out of the Naval Reserves.
He goes, damn right, it's dangerous out there, Campbell said. And even though the population of undocumented immigrants did not increase under Obama, Campbell is sure they've been pouring across the border. We need the wall because a lot of them are rapists and killers. And the ones that aren't, I'm tired of paying for them. Campbell says he beat up 2 hippies who spat on him and called him a baby killer when he returned from Vietnam, and he's just as disgusted by those who protest police brutality today during the anthem.
He thinks that happened.
to him.
He thinks that it did not happen to him. Let's get that out there. There's a 0% chance that happened. But you strap him to a fucking lie detector, he thinks that happened to him because he saw it in a movie, and in the past 40 years, all the prions and fucking KFC in his brain have turned it into a fucking piece of cement. And it's turned that memory. It's like when fucking Reagan thought he'd liberated Dachau because he saw it in a fucking movie.
Campbell intimated to me that after his friend got his legs blown off in Vietnam and he started his shrimp company.
No, Matt, you're exactly right. If you hook that dude up to a lie detector and asked him about that anecdote, it would be a flat line.
Yes.
It would not tremble in the slightest.
I guarantee that story was originally one. Then he met another Vietnam shithead who said, "Yeah, I also did that." And he said, "Oh, actually, I did too."
Yeah, I haven't had an easy life. Yeah, my mom had to fuck the principal of the school to get me in, but you don't see me asking for handouts.
One time, some liberal sheriff chased me through the woods, and I had to use a bunch of booby traps in the Pacific Northwest to stop it before Richard Crenna talked me down.
Yeah, that sheriff was trying to make me watch the NFL. I just didn't want to be hassled.
When I was a child, these two burglars tried to break into my house, but I used elaborate traps to foil them.
You know, I had easily over 100 puppies, and then this liberal bitch from the fashion industry.
It was Anna Wintour.
The Trump fights against her every day.
Here's the last bit. Like this is the other thread in all of this, which is conspiratorial nonsense and religious end times.
Hell yeah.
Apocalyptic
Hit it.
thinking.
Hit me.
Melvin Witten, pastor of the New Freedom Fellowship Church at the Villages, is about to introduce the first speaker in his God and Country series for a message titled "Exposing the New World Order and How It Affects Our Freedom."
Right on.
But first, he shares an inspirational quote with the crowd in the pews. "As long as we have God, we are never alone." Witten also asked the president of the Trump Club of the Villages, David Gee, and Tampa-based author of a book called Trump and the Resurrection of America, John Michael Chambers, to say a few words.
John Michael Chambers is like the most respected man in town because he's the only one without a stupid name. They're like, "How did you do it? How did you do it?" Said Scott Bloop.
Although I have to say that he does have... his name sounds like he was indicted but not convicted for trying to kill Jesse Jackson with a fucking grenade launcher in 1989.
Yeah.
I believe it was divine providence that put Mr. Trump in office, Witten explained to me later. The featured speaker is Alex Newman, a journalist with the far-right John Birch Society's magazine, and his topic is the socialist, globalist, atheist conspiracy led by the United Nations and the government school system that's brainwashing American children into ignorant collectivists to abandon their churches and rely on CNN fake news for their information.
Honest to God, I feel sorry for the John Birch Society because you're this like old, venerable, conspiracy-minded, like crazy organization that's been doing it since the late 50s, early 60s. Then you have like QAnon come on with like these like people are being held in like the bottom of pizza restaurants. What do you do to like compete with that?
These are the people who could afford, like, had good health plans, and despite their lifestyle of fried chicken sandwich-based protests and like drinking 12 ice cream coffees a day because they asked for their name to be like, you know, Blue Lives Matter at Starbucks.
And also literally being like as white as you can possibly be and then choosing to literally be in the sun all the time.
Yes.
Just constantly just soaking in UV radiation.
Well, oh God, they've got to have. There's got to be a dermatologist there who's just got like a
weed whacker.
Conveyor belt, like in a fucking Looney Tune, where they just lay them out there and they just scoop shit off of their face all day long.
That's what Dennis Miller was talking about.
Everybody was listening to that in the Village, just like preach.
Yep.
Preach, Dennis. Yep. You basil. Yes. You gotta get a margin. I know, buddy.
The dermatologist is probably like their hair salon. They're all just sitting around getting scooped out at
so
the
I
same
says
time,
to Mabel,
gossiping.
I says Mabel.
But hey, no, the fact that they live this long, the fact that they have this accumulated wealth from, you know, like their father's fucking box factory or like whatever fucking easy job they got after spending $500 on a 4-year college education, it's all just a symbol that they are elect.
Yes.
It's proof that they don't have to they don't have to do anything virtuous to be shown to be worthy of it. The fact that they have it is proof that they're virtuous.
A big reason why they moved there is because Florida has no income tax, which is obviously to the detriment of everyone who isn't privileged enough to get to live in the old people city for Mr. Show. It is a fucking libertarian castle, basically, a fortified compound.
Yeah.
Actually, I want to wheel back to an earlier point. When I say marginalize these people, and I know obviously it won't happen, but if the Democrats could ever retake power in Florida, they should immediately cut the villages into 10 different congressional districts.
Yeah.
I have another idea. Giant dome. Just a big, clear bubble top. And then they can stay in there, but they can't leave. And they don't get to vote. And nothing, like, that's all they have. Those establishment Democrats.
And I do want to point out, whenever we shit on the Trump swine, and they are swine, we don't need your holier-than-thou tisk-tisking that we're talking about the poor factory workers in steel towns and your romanticized version of Appalachian, the white working class. No, we're talking about these people explicitly. Refer to the article from now on.
Yeah.
Do not contact me ever again regarding this matter.
Except on literally any other matter. Please contact.
I mean, as Matt pointed out, at least the Nazis have the excuse of having lived through the Great Depression and the Weimar Republic.
Yeah, exactly. That's the thing.
Or World War I.
Yeah.
This guy was a
World War
captain on an
fucking I.
aircraft carrier during
Yeah.
Vietnam.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, that wasn't the Mekong Delta.
Yeah,
buddy.
How about if John McCain's on that carrier?
Watch out.
These people's like Weimar hyperinflation was like Obama saluting with a latte. Like
It was miniskirts.
Yeah.
Like it was.
Yeah, the second battle of the Somme is when they canceled Last Man Standing.
So yeah, when anyone ever wants to talk about the Trump voter, or forget the Trump voter,
Supporter.
conservatives,
Yeah.
Republicans in America,
Ideologically motivated conservative
this
people.
is what you should be thinking about.
Yes.
These are the people that make up and are the reason why Trump has like the highest approval rating of Republicans within their party of a president maybe ever since Ronald Reagan at least.
Mhm.
So and then again, all the conservative commentators who want to tell you that they really dislike Trump and there's got to be a better way. Sorry, these are the people who support you.
Yep.
Yeah,
That's who you got.
You
so.
don't. Yeah, you. It's good to listen to people who are uninitiated, maybe even voted Republican and regret it. Just you just don't have to do anything for people whose main pastime is going to Panera and calling the police on people they see with men they see with earrings. Like you don't have.
So let's move on now to another portrait of life in America and the people who live here and what they're thankful for. This is an article from the Daily Beast this week by Will Sommer, friend of the show, that is honestly so in tune with the Chapo mindset and worldview that we have to do it. Like I read this piece and it was just like every paragraph was just like placing a delicious caramel in my mouth and just sort of just sucking and having it melt into my teeth and gums. I'm talking, of course, about Trump fans sink savings into Iraqi dinar scam.
Yes.
What have we been telling you?
Yes.
Everything we say on this show is true.
Yep.
And it keeps being confirmed over and over again.
Yep.
When are you people gonna learn? When are people gonna learn that you should be listening to us?
Yeah.
And everything we say is truth, and we make it happen.
We can predict you into the cornfield, so don't fuck with us.
President's true believers are convinced he's going to make them millionaires with Iraqi currency.
Sounds about right.
Yep. That's the dinar. That's the currency of Iraq.
Yes.
All right, you got my attention.
Okay. It begins. Trump supporter Hayes Katseos.
What? Fuck off.
Fuck you.
No.
Hayes
You made that up.
Katseos. Whatever. Runs a North Carolina pool maintenance company. What have we been saying?
you.
Literally,
Small
This is an
business
algorithm.
tyrant moron.
This is an algorithm.
all of our most bigoted and hysterical projections and imaginations of what the average Trump supporter is like, their stupid names and the dumb businesses that they own and work for
It's
are all true.
It's all real, folks.
And that, what do we keep saying? That they are ignorant hogs who are the most gullible people alive?
Yes.
Guess what? That's also true.
My
name is Roland Cracker Schmear. I put refinish on Billy Big Mouth Bass.
And these people think that the fact that they run a pool supply company infers upon them the status of some sort of heroic job creator and business wizard. Meanwhile, they're buying fun bucks. They're buying like old camel cash, thinking that it's going to turn into real money.
Now, Now, I have a special type of currency that only activates when the Monster Mash occurs. I stand to make a handsome profit. I will donate up to all of it to Donald Trump's re-election.
This is, and again, keep in mind that keep this in mind whenever you're scolded about like looking down on these people or being mean to them. Okay.
No, yeah, all these people like make at least as much as podcasters, and they live in horrible little suburban hamlets where it costs nothing to live. They're just fucking assholes to everyone they meet. They just completely tyrannize every
They're miserable.
They meet. Their names are idiotic. They're all of their names are Amon Orange Grove. They just sound like fucking idiots. They sound like names that James Bond checks into hotels under, but with a food item added randomly in there. They're just fucking awful leeches on this planet.
They're
I
just
hate
disgusting Middle European genetic runoff that just, for the last 150 years, has just rolled down the hill of American manifest destiny, accumulating unearned privilege and wealth. Meanwhile, the entire time just thinking that they are fucking masters of the universe. They're fucking Ayn Rand heroes.
So she owns a pool maintenance company, but she's got a side bet that she thinks might make her fabulously wealthy: the Iraqi dinar.
Hell yes.
The currency is nearly worthless outside of Iraq. But Katseos bought millions of dinars in April after watching a video of President Trump at a 2017 press conference. In the clip, Trump says with characteristic vagueness that all currencies will soon be on a level playing field. In reality...
That's amazing. Can we just isolate the Trump thing?
Currency devaluations. I've been complaining about that for a long time. And I believe that we will all eventually, and probably very much sooner than a lot of people understand or think, we will be all at a level playing field. Because that's the only way it's fair. That's the only way that you can fairly compete in trade and other things.
That's literally, then you would just have a one world currency.
Yes.
That's the dumbest shit I've ever heard.
There would be one currency. Why you wouldn't have other currencies? There would be no exchange rates.
We have a new idea. It's called the Amero. I invented it. We love it.
In reality, Trump was talking about trade imbalances with China. But like other Trump supporters who have fallen into the dinar investment scam, which has existed since at least 2012, Katseos interpreted Trump's rambling statement as proof that the Iraqi dinar would soon be worth as much or even more than the dollar.
This is literally what a child thinks.
Making anyone who had been smart enough to buy in an early millionaire. I love my president, and I was like, oh my God, Katseos told the Daily Beast. The purchase, Katseos said, cost her and her husband somewhere between $5,000 and $10,000, counting the cut.
Let's go.
Counting the cut to the company that sold them the dinars. Two of her adult children have bought millions more dinars too. Two of her adult
her large dinar sons.
Yeah, my two sons who just look like me but blown up, just sort of like in like Thanksgiving parade floats of me and my husband, who just sort of like waddle around floating almost exactly like a balloon, like a balloon with a bipedal balloon. They have also this is so bird brain.
It's
like,
astounding.
Like Trump's thing was just it was syphilitic rambling, where what he means to say is like, soon everyone's going to be fair to us.
Yeah.
But this, like, they literally think Donald Trump he's like, I've made a deal with literally every country. $1 will equal €1, will equal €1, will equal, and they're like, all right, we just have to find the cheapest currency.
Yeah.
Fucking, why would there even need to be currency exchange then?
Yeah.
If it was just 111.
It gets better. Like other investors in the incredibly long shot dinar scheme, Katseos hopes that Trump and the Iraqi government will somehow revalue or RV the currency.
Oh, well, see, there's a short thing, so that means it's smart and it's real because they have a little term
boosting
for it.
Its current value of less than 0.001% of a dollar to $3 or $4.
Sure, of course. The country that is literally on fire all the time.
Dinar promoters have claimed that near mythical event will occur for nearly a decade. But if it does, it would theoretically make a millionaire of anyone with the foresight to just put a few $1,000s into dinars. If it happens, it'll be awesome, and there'll be a huge party at my house, Katseos said.
I would love to go to that party.
This is
I'm
like-
sure that party would kick ass.
This is like believing that the Mahdi is Larry Kudlow.
Yeah, 500 years ago, these people would have been like, well, I guess like I'm either gonna, like most likely I'm gonna die, but I am gonna sail to this place no one's ever been. I'm gonna have to murder everyone on this continent to get the most gold ever.
Yeah.
But now it's just like they would if you just like not even got a short person, you just like stood on your knees in a green jacket. We're like, I'm the Lucky Charms leprechaun. You could take these people for anything.
Follow me to my pot of gold.
Well, this is I have been praying for something like this. Thank you, sir, Mr. Leprechaun.
While it's difficult to measure how many Americans have invested in the dinar, court papers related to dinar scams often mention millions of dollars worth of dinar purchases. Dinar holders regularly tweet at Trump and various Iraqi government Twitter accounts demanding
That'll do
to
it.
know when they'll finally enact the RV that will let the money flow in.
That'll do it.
And there it will, of course, embeds examples of some of these tweets. This is Betty J. Harris, who's adding real Donald Trump. Mr. President, I know you're a businessman above all else. You can balance the American budget and save an American generation if you will only stabilize the Iraqi dinar.
What the fuck is his problem? Why isn't he doing
Why
it?
doesn't he do
What an
this?
asshole.
What a fucking... I mean, seriously.
What if Trump loses re-election because it's just by the margin of people who got taken by the dinar scam? It's just all people are like, well, President Trump could have done the RV, but now we can't send all our kids to Liberty. No, thank you to
I'm
you,
not even
sir.
voting.
I'm voting for Kamala Harris.
I'm gonna drown myself in my swimming pool full of discontinued Greek drachmas.
We were going to have the greatest party ever. We were going to have one fountain. It was a Baja Blast fountain. Then if you were a drinking fella, next fountain, that's a Molson fountain. Then the other fountain, if you were a dipping fella, yeah, that's right. It's a skull fountain. And then we were going to have live Jimmy Page and Jimmy Buffett. We were going to call it the Two Jimmy Party. And if one of them died in that time, we were going to send my one nephew to one of his concerts to FaceTime it, and I was going to record it by setting up a camcorder in front of my other telephone. This was going to be the finest party you have ever seen in South Carolina history. And now, like all plans of mice and men, it is a pile of ashes in my mouth, Mr. President. I will be voting for your opponent, Kirsten Gillibrand and Michael Avenatti, sir.
My horrible twin sons were gonna come out in that connected overalls from the Gong Show, playing a giant harmonica.
My two strongest nephews were going to perform the fusion dance of Dragon Ball Z and create the ultimate nephew, the biggest nephew the world had ever seen. We were going to send nephew Alpha Bravo to the border to secure the border tactically. Now we cannot. There is a gentleman who sold me the fusion beans from Dragon Ball Z. Now we can't afford them because you have refused to perform a business scenario on the Iraqi dinar, sir. I hope you have enjoyed winning then promptly losing my vote. My nephews remain separated and not nearly big enough to prevent the immigrant caravan from entering our union, sir. I have no choice but to vote for Antifa thug Howard Schultz. Thank you and good day, Donald Trump.
This one, it gets better. Trump supporters like Kotseas have also been drawn in by videos showing the prophecy of Kim Clement, a South African prophet whose fans believe predicted Trump's election. Before his death in 2016, Clement also often mentioned a dinar revaluation. It was like, okay, well, God said the Iraqi dinar is going to revalue, Kotseas told the Daily Beast.
See, now I'm starting to be convinced.
God.
Guys, you want to pool some money here? The Afrikaner Edgar Casey says that this is going to happen.
I love that, like, these people who think like they're the savviest people in the world. These are all the people who like are replying to Ocasio-Cortez. Why don't you get a damn job?
Learn some economics, girl.
They're like, all right, so there was a South African fella. I know what you're thinking. He was white. And he was actually one of the only remaining prophets. He's dead now. But he told me to put all my retirement funds into the Iraqi dinar.
In a dream that
that Trump was going to appoint Charles Entertainment Cheese to the Federal Reserve, and all of my tickets I've gotten over my life will be redeemable for legal tender.
Mr. Donald Trump has been speaking to his council of business elders, the Burger King, Menard from Menards.
Carol Sanders. Grimace.
Okay.
He's put aside his feud with Grimace, showing that he is presidential.
Listen to this. The investors who call themselves the investors who call themselves dinarians gather on forums with names like Dinar Detective to dissect every news item for what, if anything, could mean for their dinar. On another site, Dinar Vets, would-be posters have to verify or dinarify themselves by posting a picture of their dinars to prove that they are really committed to the cause.
Show me the dinars!
Other fans post dinar unboxing videos on YouTube, filming themselves as they open envelopes filled with the dinars they hope will make them wealthy. On Facebook, some dinar groups are devoted to praying for the dinar reevaluation to come soon.
Oh my God!
Again, I need to underscore, these are the exact same people who are just like, angrily reply to people being like, every school in America needs to learn the Constitution and markets and what American values stand for. These are the people who genuinely think that like they're the only people who understand economics, history, business, religion, and are constantly lecturing other people on how like they're too stupid and uneducated to know why Trump is a great president.
Now, Mr. Ocasio-Cortez, you are one handsome lady, but let me explain something to you. It's called supply and demand. Now, supply and demand, they're my nephews. And they're both very big. They're sitting on a seesaw. So that means that when supply goes up, demand goes down. And supply, okay, he's prayers. And demand, that's dinars. So when the prayers go up, the dinar goes down in relation to its previous value, which means it goes up because it's an inverted axis. It's a seesaw. This is in currency trading. This is called a seesaw, you dumb bitch.
Just a few more things. Katseos herself has dived headfirst into the dinar internet, tweeting regularly about her RV theories. She's also invested in the Vietnamese dong, a dinar rival that's worth even less, and has strong feelings about various Iraqi politicians. With what's going on in Iraq right now, everything's so hopeful, Katseos said. She also spends a portion of each day in a dinar chat room where dinar holders try to convince one another that their investment will eventually pay off. Instead, she tries to promote the hopium, dinar world slang for optimism about the currency. Some people get a little negative, said Katseos, who also tweets about the pro-Trump QAnon conspiracy theory.
I'm stunned. I can't believe it.
No way, dude.
But she's convinced she'll be able to resell her dinar and at least recover a majority of her investment. Those prospects are actually somewhat unclear. Many resellers will only buy back a portion of the dinars they sell, and they tend to sell them at already inflated prices. That's shocking. But for now, Katseos isn't selling. She said she has seen ads offering to buy back dinar, but she ignores them. You're not getting my dinar, Katseos said.
From my cold dead hand.
So, yeah, Matt brings up
I wanted to say one thing before we get to this, how we need to scam these people.
Yeah.
I don't know that much about currency shit, but there's so many layers of idiocy here that it's kind of breathtaking. One, the idea that Trump can unilaterally change the fiscal situation in a country that's as really as dysfunctional as Iraq in any way. And like at a basic level, like say something happened, like some economic miracle happened in Iraq where they had political stability and like the oil prices went back up and they have this huge surplus and it makes them able, it puts them in a position to revalue their currency. All the old currency that has like 500,000 zeros on it, that's not just going to be, that now means what it says. They would exchange, they would say we'd have a new currency with a different with pegged to a different value, and we will buy the old currency back for a limited time at the rate it was worth then. That there's no way, even if they did this, even if they fucking revalued their currency, these old dinars would never be worth what they say on the fucking thing. That's not how they do it ever.
Remember a while ago? What was it like? I think it was Zimbabwe, where like their currency, where their people were literally taking wheelbarrows of like cash to pay for like a stick of gum or whatever.
dude, we need to start buying that shit
Yeah.
right now because that can only go up.
Exactly.
Exactly, yeah.
Brazil, I think in the last 30 years, Brazil went through something like 4 or 5 currencies. They didn't revalue the same currency 5 times. They introduced a new currency.
I mean, but like, why would you make a new dinar? Doesn't
Yeah.
make sense.
You got all those old ones
Doesn't make
printed up.
sense. Okay. But
By the
like,
way, I
to-
do
to-
like the idea of them like all flying to Baghdad to exchange them.
Oh my God.
That'd be a fun field trip.
That would be final Werner Herzog movie. The Flight of the Dinars. That would be just splendid.
But no, Matt, the point you bring up is the correct one in terms of praxis, and I think hope for like a future socialist government. Is that I think we should all be coming up with ways to fleece these pigeons
Yes,
all
absolutely.
the day, every day. And here's the thing: these are the same group of people who think taxation is theft, and that like any amount of their paycheck that goes to like the government or other people is stealing from them, and they will try as hard as possible to keep their taxes as low and to avoid paying as much taxes as possible. Yet we'll turn around without batting an eye and waste $10,000 buying literally worthless currency from Iraq that they keep in like a special box that they're just like, that's gonna be my millionaire box.
They
as soon as
literally-
Trump pushes the RV button, you know. So
There would
I
be-
think as like a future socialist government needs to come up with a secondary taxation scheme that doesn't even, it's not called taxation, but essentially the government through cutouts will pitch prophecy-backed investment portfolios to these hogs. There will be a secondary tax on them because, let's be honest, these people have too much money and we need to get it back for the state.
The government does have a program like that, and it's the lottery. But that
We need more of it.
But we need it specifically directed to these people
And
because
it
these
has
people
to
are
be-
less
but
likely
here's
to play the lottery than poorer people.
And also, like, there's a system for winning the lottery. We've all heard of Prospector's scratch-off winning system.
And yeah, the other thing is not only direct it towards these people, and the best part is because sometimes you have to pay out in a lottery. You never have to pay out.
Exactly.
These groups will just spend their whole life if it's backed and sanctified by their cultural worship figures like Trump. They will hold on to it forever.
And like I think the key detail in here is the South African prophet. Because if this had been an American prophet, I don't think it would have gone over as well.
Yeah,
You know, like I think like because the fact that it's vaguely foreign and that he supposedly predicted the election of Trump and is now dead sort of sanctifies it. And also that he's a white Afrikaner. That's
course.
also like, you know, they're the most oppressed people in the world right now.
That's true.
We need to save them. We need to allow them to immigrate to America.
Yeah.
We all know that. But yeah, it needs to be sanctified by prophecy. You need to get some Elmer Gantry figure to like underwrite all of this and give him a cut of this. But yeah, this will be like a new tier to the American tax system that will essentially be voluntary but also mandatory.
Yes.
Like
And
we'll have
they'll
to
love
figure
it.
out ways to like make sure that all of these people, you know, buy property in Antarctica.
Yeah.
Or I don't know, like they're investing in you know, the lost city of Z. That's a good one. The lost city of Z.
That would be great.
Yeah, like a giant golden city in the Amazon that's still waiting to be found. And when Bolsonaro finally cuts down all the
Oh my
rainforest,
God.
they're gonna find
Yes.
the golden lost city of Z finally. And if you would only buy some worthless currency now,
Yeah. Or,
like, you
or,
can
or a
trade
deed or something.
Yeah, you can buy these deeds now, and you
Yeah.
can trade them in for astronomically more
Astounding
what
amount
you
of money.
invested in it when we find the
You
golden
have
lost
to
city
do
of
it.
Z.
The more you invest, the more you'll make.
That's the ticket. Is like they have to line up with their stupid vision of the world.
Yeah.
Like Venezuelan stocks. They're only going to go up once we get the Chavista government out of there.
Yeah.
Just fake Venezuelan stock certificates.
Yeah, we're gonna build.
Oh my God.
We're gonna build a Six Flags in Kabul.
Yeah.
You can be on the ground floor of that. You can even pick out which rides we put
dude,
in.
Here you go. Mohammed bin Salman is such a bold reformer. He's just taking the Islam out of Mecca. We're gonna turn it into a Six Flags, but
Yes.
you can have real estate there
Yeah.
now.
Yeah. Do you
Dude,
want?
this is so easy.
You want to own an Olive Garden next to the Kaaba? You want to own an Olive Garden in the Kaaba?
Yeah. Boys,
Let's do it.
We're never working.
Yeah, this is where
we
we're
already
making
don't
our
work,
real
but
grift.
we're never working again.
This is where the real grift comes in.
Oh, that hurt. Oh, damn.
Jordan and the Bulls, Jeter and the Yankees, Brady and the Patriots. What I mean by that is they love it when you're winning, but they hate you when you become dominant. Do you feel that way?
You definitely have gotten that sense this year. I think this is the year that it actually has kind of came out that way. That's part of it. Is you turn into that villain, you turn into that team that everybody doesn't want to win. You have to embrace that too in order to be great. And I think you've seen the greats do that in every sport. Whenever they start building dynasties and stuff like that, and we want to do that. And we want to stamp that with the Super Bowl win.
You used the word villain. I'm glad you brought that up because it feels good to be the hero in the NFL. But man, it's fun to play the villain. I see that smile on your face. You like playing the villain role?
I do, man. And I don't think I really understood it until this year. When you get in the playoffs and you're on the road and you know it's just you and your teammates versus everybody, it's a different perspective.
What does it feel like to be a living legend?
Man, honestly, it's something that I've always wanted to be, was just someone that could just maximize and be a great sports player and take advantage of all the opportunities. The living legend is something that I'll leave for other people to talk about.
No. Listen, I know you're a humble guy. I need you to tuck your humility inside your pocket right now. You know that you're one of the greats. You don't have to say it. I'll say it. Everybody else is saying it.
I think there's two things. One,
like I said earlier, I never want to have any regrets. I think that's my biggest fear in anything in the world is to not maximize the opportunities that I've had in my life. And I know I've done a lot of different things. Being on the Kansas City Chiefs is one of them. And the second thing is I've seen greatness in front of me. I've seen Tom, I've seen Peyton, and I watched that growing up. And I want to do whatever I can that I can be that inspiration for the generation behind me. And I think it's a different way, but at the same time, I want guys to come up and say, hey, I want to be like that guy, and the way he carries himself on the field and off of it as well.
After Super Bowl 58, the Kansas City Chiefs are
a dynasty.
It's hard not to get goosebumps when you listen to him talk because this is a different Patrick Mahomes. Remember the young, precocious, big smile, willing to make everybody happy Patrick Mahomes? You know, happy to be a starter for the Chiefs Patrick Mahomes. Got his first Super Bowl Patrick Mahomes, his 20-year-old version. He embraced the villain role. He knows what it's like to be hated now. And that guy has been playing out of his mind in the playoffs, Phil. Being hated sometimes is good. Yeah. Back or whatever. Bill, when you did that, he said we hit right. Well, so did Patrick Mahomes. The way he was playing these last 4 games, he's been patient in the pocket, accurate throwing the football, no turnovers, just a different managing the game and doing what he is supposed to do. And it's one of the reasons why they won these last 4 games. Patrick Mahomes, he epitomized passion. He inspires people around him. He deflects the praise, he accepts the criticism. In the season, teams are dropping balls. He's not a guy more focused on the future. He's not thinking about what he's done. He's thinking about now being the very best that he can be and everything else that goes with it. If you want to jump on that bus, jump along with Patrick Mahomes. He'll take you to a place you haven't been before. Oh, guys, I heard him talk about us against the world. I've heard the 49ers talk about us against the world. I'm trying to figure out who's rooting for it. Because apparently it's everybody against both of these teams. But I think that speaks volumes to what got these teams here. Yes. They always have a chip on their shoulder. They always feel like they have to work harder. They always feel like they're the underdog. And I agree with that. I mean, but here's the thing about Patrick Mahomes, and you hit on it, Phil. It's a nuanced brilliance the way he's playing the position. It's not spectacular numbers. And you want to say managing the game, that's fine. But Tom Brady learned that around this time in his career. What it takes to win, what it takes to lead. How do your teammates react to you on the practice field, in the meeting room, all of those little nuanced things, which is dangerous for the rest of the NFL. Before we move on, let me just say, Nate, that was not an interview. That was a conversation. And what you got out of him was truth. You know what? I said this before, but Marquez Valdez-Scantling, when he talked about Lamar saying 8 different, 15 different. He gets it, and he is flat out awesome. Hey, folks, standing across the field from Patrick Mahomes will be the young Brock Purdy. And for more on that signal caller, let's head down to Jason McCourty and Matt Ryan. Yeah, Brock Purdy looks good in warm-ups, and I've been in this position that Brock Purdy is in, playing in a Super Bowl against the best quarterback of your generation. And when you're doing that, you have to realize it's not all on you, right? You can't put too much pressure on yourself. You have to trust your teammates when you're out there. And he's done such a great job of that. There's been so much conversation behind Brock Purdy, manager, changer, and all of those things. The one thing I know from playing, if you have a quarterback late in the 4th quarter with the ball in his hands and you have the confidence that he can go down there and win the game, what Brock Purdy has done in these playoffs, you have a guy that you can win with. He looked calm warming up. Right? Yes. We saw most of the warm-up. He looked really good warming up. I expect him to come out and play sharp. All right, folks, thank you so very much. As we take a look at yet another superstar, Nate elicited the best out of him. That is Usher. And folks, as we head to break, we're getting closer to kickoff inside Allegiant Stadium. We've got a lot more coming your way after this.
Marcus is a connoisseur of anything that's free. So he was happy to read the disclaimer on TurboTax Free Edition.
Roughly 37% of taxpayers qualify. Form 1040 and limited credits only. See how at turbotax.com. That's me.
File your taxes 100% free with TurboTax Free Edition and get your max refund guaranteed. Make your moves count. See if you qualify at TurboTax.com.
This is not a Who said party? As in party party.
Let's check the replay.
This What Really Happened replay is brought to you by Progressive. One thing no one would challenge, protecting your home and auto with Progressive.
My bad. Touch. Hope he's got Progressive.
Instantly, DraftKings, you make the playoffs even more exciting. Legendary NFL coach Jim Moore. What do you think?
You kidding me? Instantly? Even if I don't win a playoff game?
Yes, Jim. Even if you don't win a playoff game.
Playoffs?
Playoffs!
Instantly?
Instantly.
Are you kidding me?
Who's calling these press conferences?
Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app and turn a $5 Super Bowl bet into $200 instantly in bonus bets. The crown is yours.
Bob Marley, One Love. Rated PG-13.
Welcome back to Super Bowl 58 in Las Vegas. Tony, what do you think?
Quincy, it's 2 a.m. You have school tomorrow. Get some rest.
See you tomorrow, Saquon.
You got it, Quincy.
This man is wasted.
Todd is my co-pilot.
And that's the Todd's honest truth.
But who died and made you Todd?
Do you even believe in Todd?
Todd knows I tried.
Holy Margaret, mother of Todd.
You have a Todd complex?
Ah, put the fear of Todd into you.
Well, Todd does work in mysterious ways.
Well, thank Todd. It's
Thursday.
the new season of So Help Me Todd begins this Thursday, only on CP Todd.
This unique shot from the Las Vegas Strip, it is brought to you courtesy of Michelob Ultra. And folks, and now it is time for what we've all been waiting for. These guys know a lot, they've experienced a lot. Let's see if they're putting their mouth where their heart is in terms of politics. Who brings home the Lombardi Trophy? Phil.
Okay, I'm going to go with the underdog. And I know everybody, that's Kansas City, even though they're favored. Because everybody has been picking San Francisco. But I'm going to take Kansas City in a high-scoring game, 31-27. I'm sorry, San Francisco, 31-27 over Kansas City. Oh.
Yeah, so I see Jake Moody has missed a kick in every game the last 3 weeks. Harrison Butker hasn't missed a kick all year over 40 yards. I'm going to take the Kansas City Chiefs 27 and the San Francisco 49ers 25. I just have a lot more confidence because they've been there before, and I got a feeling this game back and forth could get down to a field goal kicker. I like Harrison Butker.
Logic tells me you go with the Chiefs because you're not supposed to bet against Patrick Mahomes. He has taught us all that recently. But fortune favors the bold, and I have a bold selection. I am going with the San Francisco 49ers. And the score, 31-24. I said in week 1 when I came on this show, I said my least favorite part is that we have to make these picks because if I knew who was going to win the game, I'd just walk into one of these casinos and be a very rich man. I have no idea. I got both championship games wrong when we picked them 2 weeks ago, so I'm going with Patrick Mahomes and the Chiefs 20-17.
That was week 1 when you said that?
Yes.
Anybody remember that? Reminded us. You know what? I once picked Bill Belichick and Tom Brady in every Super Bowl they play. It's the same thing. It's Andy Reid and it's Patrick Mahomes. How do you go against that pairing? I think it's impossible. So I think it's going to be Kansas City 30-27. Coach, I like your idea about Butker. I think he's going to be the key. Let's go out to Matt and Jason for their picks.
All right, thanks, Boomer. I'm with you, Boomer. I'm going with the Chiefs. I think it's hard to pick against Patrick Mahomes and Andy Reid. I think it's a tight game, but I think the Chiefs
Chiefs end up winning this 27-23.
Yeah, I'm right, Rich. It was going to be a tight game, and I think defense is going to do a lot in this one. You guys mentioned Mahomes and Reed. I think it's Kelsey, too. They have the ball on an invisible string between those two. Long story short, it's going to be the Chiefs 21-20. Back to you guys.
All right, thank you so much, Jason. Hey, let me turn to our coach, because for the last few weeks you've had it right. I've had a number of coaches who called me up after that AFC Championship game. While we could have spent a lot of time talking X's and O's, you talked big picture. Give us your thoughts for the folks who joined us since the top of the show as to why.
Well, I think the biggest thing in this game is the start of the game. There's nerves, there's anxiousness. You've never been on this stage before. This is unlike any game you've ever played before, even last week's championship game. That's why, to me, the signal callers, the play callers, for a Brock Purdy, the Kyle Shanahan, they've only been able to score 7 points in these first 2 playoff games in the first half of those 2 games. You can't fall behind against Kansas City. Kansas City's given up 10 points in the second half of 3 games against 3 of the best quarterbacks in the National Football League. So this is a game that you don't want to get behind. You want to try to get a lead, because that also takes the pressure off the quarterback.
You know, Kansas City, this is what I'm really interested to see. Their defense is secondary. Their defense very aggressive. You know, you go out there and you're going to have Deebo Samuel going against Trent McDuffie. That's going to be fun to watch, to see who wins that battle one-on-one. And, of course, Brandon Ayuk's going to have to go against L'Jarius Sneed, which is, if you can win those matchups, I think that's a big key to going on and winning the game. So I'm being told we have to move along, because I don't want to get the left side of the table upset, because they're like Statler and Waldorf. They will come back at you collectively strong. We will come back to you, but let me just say this. Coming up right now, Coach and I are going to share an important move to get you ready for kickoff. Take a look. Hey, Coach, you ready for kickoff?
You mean for the TurboTax Super Bowl file?
The TurboTax Super Bowl file?
Okay, so every year, TurboTax helps millions of people get their taxes done right, right?
Right.
Well, tonight, they're helping one of those lucky people win $1 million.
Coach, you make predictions for a living, so who's going to win the million?
It'll be someone who made moves last year.
Like through the most TV passes?
No, JB, like getting a new job, having a baby, buying a house, tax moves.
Well, that's easy. Everybody makes tax moves.
So everyone's got a shot. Just go to TurboTax.com/Super Bowl and...
Bam! Enter for a chance to win $1 million.
And hey, the winner could be you.
It's game time.
For everyone, make your moves count.
The TurboTax Super Bowl file. Make your $1 million move.
When Barbara switched to TurboTax,
I grew up 4 generations of I want to make perfume. Getting my business off the ground was a full-time job.
so I made Barbara's new Psychic count by guaranteeing 100% accurate filing and a maximum refund. Make your moves. We'll make them count. Intuit TurboTax, proud sponsor of the NFL.
Ready? Not yet. New FanDuel customers bet $5 and get $200 in bonus bets if you win. Now I'm ready.
There are no second chances in this life, only second kicks. Let's kick some field goals.
This is the redemption kick.
They want you to miss what you want.
I'm making that kick.
The FanDuel Kick of Destiny 2, live Super Bowl Sunday with $10 million on the line. Only from FanDuel, America's #1 sportsbook.
Oh, yeah. Hot honey pizza and wings from
Pizza Hut.
That's not a thing.
Pizza what?
What?
Pizza Hut. Pizza Hut.
Pizza Hut.
Dude! Pizza Hut hot honey pizza and wings. Get them while you can. It's the first new flavor to make you say, Pizza what?
He's a beast. It's got the dog in him.
This guy looks at the insurance game and he says, I'm going to switch it up.
I saw it with my own eyes. Insurance changed overnight.
I mean, we're talking about a lizard.
He influenced an entire generation.
He's a hero.
Yes. We're talking renters, jewelry, pet insurance. When it came to helping people, the gecko was born ready. This film has everything.
Everything?
eating bacon.
You need carbs.
I'm not buying it. You been crying to Taylor Swift?
Maybe. PG-13.
This May, elite thoroughbreds congregate in
It finally happened. Donald Trump is our president.
How do you like that?
How do you like them apples? Boston strong. No, but how do you want to kick this off? I think we just said dumbest, fattest president ever.
Dumbest, fattest, oldest president we've ever had. Unambiguous on all counts. It's really going to be an experiment.
It is like, I mean, I guess you guys probably agree that, but Donald Trump is such a cartoon, such a ridiculous character. You can't, and which is what's so mind bending about what's happening now is we're just shocked and like, I can't believe that this, like the Hamburglar is the president.
I realize though that the Adult Swim character that really was the harbinger for Trump more than any other one was Master Shake.
Yeah,
I can see that.
Like Trump basically is Master Shake in every way.
Right.
What the hell's this? I told you. Fireman, astronaut, race car driver, maybe bikini judge. And this is what I get? Food service? Are you kidding me? This is third world, and I'm from the first. I'm number one, baby.
I'm amazed that they even hired you.
No one else will do it. They're taking that chance. And then, if something goes down, which it will, I will sue the corporate office. Oh, me so sorry. Maybe you're in the wrong business. And maybe immigration would like to know about this. Unbelievable.
Unfathomable.
You know, they sneak in, and then they try to rule us.
Yeah, I never thought about that. Maybe a combination of him and Carl, the next door neighbor.
Right. He's got like the body of Carl and then the brain of Master Shake.
Yes. And Meatwad is Eric and Don Jr.
Right.
Poor Bernie. Frylock would have won. That's all I have.
Would you want to like swap brains for a day with like, say, the women who were on, those women that were on CNN the other day that were like still all the way on the side of like fully still behind Donald Trump. Would you want to see the world like that for like a day?
Hell yeah. Hell yeah, dude.
Wait,
I would
imagine.
No, I feel like that's the only way I could get my head around it is if I actually just had some sort of Freaky Friday.
First thing I would do is take off my shirt and touch my own boobs and
I would fucking love to experience life through a perfectly smooth brain. Like, it would be, imagine having this guy who's just our dumbest, fattest, oldest president, an old man with holes in his brain who puts on his pajamas the moment it gets kind of dark outside and just fucking bumbles around like
he's bouncing around in the White House with no lights on, like Scrooge with a candle on a little little holder.
He's sitting in a race car bed inside a bouncy castle, watching like Paula Zahn and being like, I tried to fuck her by buying furniture with her once. She's never been fair to me. And looking at that guy and thinking like either like this guy's gonna bring the white race back, or thinking this guy is everyone's gonna respect us now. That would be awesome.
Tim, what did the ladies on CNN say though?
What?
What did the ladies on CNN who were still a fan of him?
Oh, I just caught a clip of it, but they had interviewed people that were, they're just like, do you approve of his job so far? And like, absolutely, he's doing an amazing job, and he's the greatest. And they were just like still fully in the tank.
That thing where he watches a mediocre sketch comedy show every single week and then screams into the internet for 5 hours afterwards.
Right.
That's good. That's good
great.
president.
They're actually rattled by that fucking show. Did you see that interview with Sean Spicer from this grinning Fox News imbecile asking him about it? And
he said they're too mean now.
Yeah, he said SNL's too mean, and but he said like, oh yeah, it was funny. That was so amusing. Like this fucking stupid show.
I do want to know how you can have a brain where you walked around furious for 8 years that Obama one time said that there were 57 states, or that he took his suit jacket off in the White House, Oval Office, and then be applauding like a guy who's like rubbing KFC grease on an original copy of the Constitution.
Yeah, and his closest advisors are a guy that ran a blog and his real estate developer son-in-law, who's 36 years old, no government experience, no foreign policy experience.
Yeah, it's good.
Trump is
how would that play in an Obama administration if he brought on, let's see, who would he bring on? Ezra Klein?
Well, no, like the thing about him, about how Bannon is going to be on the National Security Council.
Yo, dude, Bannon is a shoo-in for the National Security Council. Bannon uncovered cultural Marxist themes in shows like Dora the Explorer. He found out the real threat to America. He's going to be at home there. Him and fucking Mike Flynn, who endorsed guerrilla mindset.
The equivalent, I think, would be if Barack Obama, his first 2 weeks in office, he's, ladies and gentlemen, let me be clear, my close personal friend and advisor, the Honorable Reverend Louis Farrakhan, will now be the Joint Chiefs of Staff.
And Keith Olbermann now will be sitting on is my lead advisor on anything I do. Will go through Keith Olbermann.
I mean, it's funny though, but like I think it underscores the idea that like politically and even just personally speaking right now, like hypocrisy no longer matters at all. Or just like identifying some hypocrisy in public statements of politicians or other public figures is just a mug's game at this point. Like it really is.
By the way, I've been calling Mar-a-Lago, just sort of when I've in my free time. And I keep telling people that my name is Jonathan. I'm from McDonald's, and I have an order for Mr. Trump that I need to drop off. We have 25 Big Macs. I'm going to start becoming this guy named Jonathan who works for McDonald's that's like clearly been given large orders to deliver wherever Mr. Trump is.
You know what's fucking amazing though is that like Tim and Will, you guys bring up a good point. These are all people who ingratiated themselves by kissing his ass over the course of a year. Trump is so easily influenced. Like the other day, he talked to King Solomon of Saudi Arabia on the phone, and King Solomon is 80 years old and has advanced dementia. I would be fucking shocked if King Solomon got his shoes. But Trump, like after talking to Solomon on the phone, Solomon talked about the two-state solution in Israel Palestine. Trump never talked about this for like 10 years. He's like, yeah, that's actually a good idea, and Israel should stop building towers. He talked to this man who literally has the fucking mind of a child from dementia, who isn't actually running Saudi Arabia, his son is, but he just hears this doddering old man and because the guy has like a bunch of good clients in some respects, and because he is such a child's play himself and isn't like anyone, he's like, yeah, actually, I was reading. I love Edward Said. Fucking love that book. Palestine, Free Palestine.
Well, I mean, just by the name King Solomon alone, that must have carried a lot of weight for Trump. You know, I've actually been talking to King Solomon about it. It's kind of a big deal.
He said that we should just cut Israel and Palestine in half down the middle.
I have a meeting with Midas later in the week, so I'm excited.
National debt, don't worry about it. Midas is coming up.
This Jew wandered into the White House and he's got some good ideas.
But yeah, just like going back to this idea of like trying to do, you know, weird, absurd, satirical comedy in a universe now that has just become that without any mediation whatsoever. The idea of Trump just as a TV figure himself and someone who's still obsessed with television, right? Like in the New York Times article, it talks about how like he just mumbles to himself about Don Lemon or something. It's crazy. And then his whole thing with Arnold and The Apprentice, like he still cares about the fucking Apprentice. Like, if he could, if they could, if, like they were like, Mr. Trump, you can still host The Apprentice. We talked about this. He would be both the president and the host of The Apprentice. And the ratings would be good though. The ratings would be better.
Oh, that'd be great. I don't know why SNL just hasn't invited him back on. Of course he's going to say yes, and it would just be this weird, stupid spectacle that would be way more entertaining than their normal stuff.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not a big fan of the Baldwin impression, but I think it gets him riled up. I mean, I don't know if that's a good thing now that he has the nuclear codes, but...
Well,
What's the coordinates for 30 Rock?
Well, 30 Rock is close enough to Trump Tower that I think they're in the clear. He's not gonna launch a nuke on anywhere near that tower, beautiful tower.
Well, I was just reading this weekend about how President Nixon, in the Oval Office on Sundays, would call in plays to the Washington Redskins while he was going over bombing targets in Cambodia with Henry Kissinger. He'd have a phone in like each ear, and he would be literally calling the Redskins sideline. And I'm just wondering, like, what is going to be the Trump version of that? Because he, you know, let's be honest, he probably doesn't really care about sports outside the fact that it brutally segregates people into winners and losers. But the actual game itself, I think, probably bores him.
He's going to be calling Vince McMahon and saying, make John Cena do a suplex.
Yeah. What was the story I heard about him having a Jean-Claude Van Damme movie on his plane that he would watch?
Yeah.
And just fast forward to the action scenes?
He literally doesn't know how to watch films.
Right.
Like, he fast forwards through them until they get interesting. It's terrifying. It's like he's beyond any parody you could make of how stupid and lazy he is. It's insane. How is this president? It's insane.
I mean, like,
this is insane.
we were talking about this the other day, but like, it's not so much that you can't really exaggerate what a fucking bumbling oaf dipshit smooth brain Trump is. But the joke kind of is how much he destroys the illusion of American exceptionalism and the respect for these offices we're supposed to have. Like, the real comedy is that we have all these offices we're implicitly supposed to respect for whatever reason. And now that, you know, Grimace is in there, it's like, well, no, yeah, we told you all this shit is stupid. He's in there now.
The damage is done.
Yeah. They're never gonna get the stink of Hardee's out of it.
Yeah, dude,
It's gonna be there forever. They're gonna have to burn it down and start over again.
Well, that's his Secretary of Labor is the CEO of Hardee's.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. That's why he picked him.
Yeah,
exactly.
Yum Foods.
I mean, this is literally a guy who got mad because he didn't realize that he had put Steve Bannon on the National Security Council in the executive order that he signed because nobody told him what was in it, because it literally didn't occur to him to read it.
Well,
That's so good.
Well, this is what's fucking terrifying, and you know, I think Electric Intifada had a piece about this the other day about how like one of his top advisors, this guy Stephen Miller, was college chums with our good friend Richard Spencer, and this guy is like the policy mind in the White House. And I just think that like he's just gonna be signing things that he has no fucking clue what it does, and he'll just sign it and find out about it on CNN like 2 weeks later, and then get mad because if you said Paul Azan sort of sneered at him or something.
He looks so gleeful signing things. Just holds them up like it's a prop, just gesturing through the words.
Well, there is that clip I saw the other day of him in a deposition, and they were asking him to read something. They were asking him to read a lease, and he like stalled and demurred and was like, "You want me to read this? A lot. It's a lot for me to read. I don't know.
Oh no,
it's a lot." And he kept like pushing it off, and eventually he's like, "Well, I don't have my glasses, so."
Oh no, it's a Floyd Mayweather.
And it's like, what fucking glasses does that guy ever wear? When have you ever seen him wear glasses? You don't have glasses, asshole.
He's not illiterate. Like, he can. I think he can write and read. But I think it literally comes down to he is too lazy to take the brain power necessary to convert words into meaning in his brain.
Yeah, well, there's a difference between like illiteracy and like having a very low reading, writing comprehension. Where like I know the words, but it takes a lot of work for me to read and put it in my brain. Like, I don't know. I would think he probably has if he was tested, you'd probably find he has a low, like an 8th grade reading level.
Yeah,
I don't know.
seems
I mean, I'm not an average.
That is
I
average.
think it's going to be pretty low. I mean, he's the guy who adds like 4 extra letters to his own signature for no reason.
There's all these like, it looks like an EKG or something.
You have a relatively short name that should not be that long. It looks like he's writing like Hammurabi.
However, I do want to say the one line that was trending from that, again, just surreal press conference is when he casually threw off the phrase nuclear holocaust, which really I don't ever want to hear an American president say that phrase under any circumstances.
He was warning about how bad that.
But that's the thing.
He was saying that they are like no other.
He was saying that would be a bad thing.
Yeah, like no other.
Like,
you know, hard to argue with that.
But again, you can't take anything of this he said seriously because almost immediately or prior to that, he said the best thing I could do as president is just blow off their boat that's off of Connecticut right now. Like, okay, apparently Russia has some ship.
He said some of that was not gibberish. Basically, that for the best thing to do with this cloud of Russian collusion hanging over him would be to basically take a super hard line against Russia to prove that he doesn't have any connections to them.
Right.
And I guess there's, you know what? I mean, he's a moron, but that's not wrong, I don't think.
Yeah.
But the thing is, I mean, watching, because I do think that him being an incompetent, easily distracted oaf is better than, you know, clear-eyed reptiles in the White House. At the same time, I watched that whole press conference, and it is so upsetting at a basic level that it's come to this. It's so nauseating. And I understand, yes, America is a sham, blah, blah, blah. All these institutions are bullshit, obviously. And it's one thing to think that, though, and it's another thing to watch this just cretin, this TV cretin up there, just basically having a stroke on national television. And it does make you, it's like your white blood cells get anxious, and it's just, you want to reject it. You want to get it out of the body. And yeah, you know, there's a degree to which to do that, you're sort of ignoring the underlying condition that allowed him to breed in you, you know? But at the same time, that desire, that visceral desire to just get him out is real. But I have to stress that even when he's gone, however it happens, even if it's just he finally, you know, gets voted out or he does 8 years, we'll never be the same. Like, it's like the